Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Guys, there's a good chance I'm like massively. Okay, wait. Can you guys hear me now? Oh god, yeah, I think I fucked up starting the stream. I think I fucked up the beginning of the stream, but it's fine now, isn't it? Like, there are people here. Yeah, okay, okay. It's weird. There are two buttons on Streamlabs for YouTube. There's like an end, there's like a start broadcast, and then there's a start streaming. So I don't know what the fuck the broadcast button does that makes it different. Holy shit. I just spoke to myself for like 5 minutes and then came. Okay. Okay. Now we know. Now we know. Okay. How are we doing? Dipshits. Are you winning? Are you with me? I think I also need to get the thing that shows me the health of the stream. That would be useful. Because there's a lot that goes missing. Hmm. Hmm. Stream needs a stim pack. What the fuck does that? What? Uh, okay. Interesting. Whatever. I'm just gonna. There's a tab I would like to have open. Is it this one? No, thanks. You guys will see me in a minute. Don't we worry. I think I want this. Okay. Cool. I could see everything I need to now. 87 viewers, 8 likes, 9 likes. Wow, it live updates so quickly. Okay. Okay, let's go. Here he comes. Oh! Oh god, look at it. Okay. Chat looking good in the little side there. Okay. Super chat goal at the top. Looking pretty good there. Cam in corner. Looking all right. Hang on. Make it look a bit better. There we go. Won't you get in trouble with Twitch if you cheat on them with YouTube? No, of course not. No, Twitch doesn't give a fuck. If you do it at the same time while being a Twitch partner, that's a problem. But otherwise, no. No, 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 no. My first live Loner Box experience. That's so cool. Wow. High pressure environment. Okay. I'll make sure it's incredibly full of regrets. Okay. Let me check let's check some tweets of the day, shall we? Okay. Oh god, this person. this this Oliver person who I disagree with on a lot. Sometimes just comes out with the funniest shit. What is it with absolute total fucking R's being randomly based? Is this a Bud Light thing? Hang on. Whoa! Muted. All right, go.
And Mother Mary ain't on a
Where's your girlfriend? She's lovely. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay.
can. Mother Mary ain't on a can, and she gave birth to Jesus. Anyway, if you're one of the people boycotting Bud Light for partnering with Dylan, I'd like to congratulate you on joining the rest of the world who's been boycotting Bud Light ever since we discovered it's literally the most disgusting tasting beer known to man. But
True. I don't know who this guy is, but God. Like, Bud Light it's just water. It's just water with a bit of like beer flavoring in it.
But seriously, if you're one of
You know, like when you get cheesy pasta, instead of a cheese sauce, you just get you just have to use like milk and butter with some powder. Bud Light is that. It's water with some beer powder, beer flavored powder. Some might say it's agua with beer flavored powder. That's true too.
one of the folks who's mad that the official spokesperson for Bud Light is now a trans person, take a look in the mirror. You're drinking light beer. You're halfway there yourself. And Mother Mary ain't...
Okay. I think this guy might be a conservative, but okay, whatever. It was funny. Based. Bud Light will make you trans. That's not even... That's so true. Okay. I've still noticed that I've noticed that the thought slime discourse is carried on. It hasn't stopped. Remember this from yesterday? Maybe we should watch it again for the sake of being thorough.
I'm sure some economists who should log off would point out that, like, okay, sure, but Nintendo only makes Nintendos because they can sell them at big retailers like Walmart. Walmart's got to have that stuff because that's how the market distributes goods to people. If we stopped paying for goods, what would incentivize Nintendo to make Nintendos? Who would manufacture and distribute Nintendos? Also, less importantly, all other goods. And like, I don't want to overstate my case here, but here's why all of economics is fake. It's a fake idea for rubes and fools, and there are literally no worthwhile ideas to be understood from the entire field of economics. Every economist you've ever heard of is a fraud. We would still make Nintendos because we like to have Nintendos. They're nice. Nintendo actually stopped making Nintendos like decades ago, and people still make them all the fucking time. People build enormous, expensive infrastructure to preserve and maintain abandoned software for Nintendos at great personal risk. They do it better than Nintendo does, despite Nintendo making millions of dollars from getting to do it. You literally could not stop people from making Nintendos if you tried. I know this because Nintendo has tried. And that is true of literally every single consumer good you can think of. It is someone's passion to make, to the extent that they would give up everything in their life for the chance to do it for a living, and they would find a way to do it better and more efficiently than any business could ever hope to. Also, hundreds of other people would find doing it pretty
in the required quantity, at the right time, in all the right places. Not that many people buy Nintendos anymore. Do you think the self-employed makeshift Nintendo makers could have like been doing that shit when Nintendo was going to be released? Is he talking about making the machine itself, or is he talking about emulators? And also copying something versus inventing it and pushing it to begin. It's just such a strange. It's very the commune. The anarcho-commune will regulate itself, you know? Assuming he's talking about manufacturing old consoles. Yeah. That's what I think, yeah. Or is he talking about emulators? Are there people out there who are just building Nintendos? Like the machine, just who are not Nintendo themselves?
interesting and fun if they were allowed to do so on their own terms. People, literally, for fun, play video games about long-haul trucking, and you're seriously trying to make the argument that without the profit incentive, nobody would want to do a boring job, like trucking, or cleaning public infrastructure, or farming. Hey, economists, what are you talking?
It's also like, okay, I worked in a shop, okay, and I sometimes got to see what was going on behind this, like with the management and all the ordering and shit like that. Like, you're ordering down to like a pretty specific number, and you have to make sure that when you, if a truck driver turned up like a day late, or even half a day late, your shop was fucking empty. You were done. You were dead. Like, that's a big problem. And then all the consumers don't get this shit either. Like, yeah, there needs to be something in place, like some kind of management and some kind of planning system to get all those things in the right place at the right time. That's how it happens. It's not like there's just a spontaneous fucking production and a spontaneous supply chain of truck drivers and all the goods being assembled in the right place at the right time just because people, like, that's not going to happen just because people like doing it. What the fuck? Like, if you abolish the hierarchies of Amazon or retail or supermarkets or anything like that, and someone's going to be like, well, you know, I don't know, like, you know, this truck, me and old Wheelsy here, I just like it, you know, it makes me happy. Fuck.
About? Why are you like this? Why do I have to keep explaining to you, economists, that accomplishing things feels good? Get the fuck out of here, economists, for real. What the fuck, you guys? But somehow, the Walmarts of the world have convinced us that if they weren't there to own everything before we owned it, why would anyone make anything?
I just love stacking shelves, bro. You know? People like making Nintendo. I just love stacking shelves. It just makes me happy. Makes me really, really happy to stack a shelf. Anyway, he posts the video for context. It's really, you know what's really annoying about this whole thing? Rather than throwing out all of economics, what he's advocating for is, in a sense, the principle he's advocating for makes sense, right? There are probably lots of things in society that we can do in a way that doesn't really depend on markets and consumerism, right? Like, what he's talking about here is just like a more horizontal, spontaneous, like mutually beneficial way of doing things. Like, there are communities that do, I can't remember which town this was in. It was a town somewhere in Scotland, like a small town. And what they had was they had these abandoned phone boxes. And inside the abandoned phone booths, they were gutted out, they were decorated, and people would use them to give away books that they didn't want anymore. Because think of a book, right? This is one product, okay? And I think you can only do this if you're thinking about specific products. If you have a book, you probably don't use it, like, you read it once, maybe twice, and then it just stays in your shelf, okay? For ages. Collects dust. It's a pain in the fucking cock to move around if you're moving all your books. So what these towns do is, if you have a book that you've read once and you probably don't need it again, and that's your approach to things, well, what you could do is people would put their book away in the phone booth, and then if you saw anything in the phone booth that you fancied, you just take it. And that's a really cool way for communities to do things, I think. I think that's like I think the more of that in the world, the better. Even when it comes to, because I do music production, right? And when it comes to music production equipment, there have been lots of times where I've needed like a pair of small diaphragm condensers to record. Usually, if I was going to do like a guitar and vocal, like acoustic guitar and vocal, if I wanted two mics in the guitar, so I can put one side in the left speaker, one side in the right speaker, and have my vocal in the middle, that's really cool. I'd like doing that. But I only did that like twice a year. So I could spend like 500, 600 pounds on a fucking pair of pencil condensers that are just going to gather dust for most of the year. And then I've spent quite a bit of money. Or there can be a studio somewhere that I maybe do a couple of favors for in the year. And there's a kind of trust system there where I can go in and take their fucking banger studio quality, like multiple £1,000 worth of like two pencil condensers, and just take them for a day and just use them and fuck off again, or go there and use them. And like, there's so many examples where you can think of encouraging this kind of mutually beneficial, more spontaneous economics. But that doesn't mean all of economics is bad. Okay, that doesn't mean That doesn't mean the anarcho-communist horizontal society is going to regulate itself. That doesn't mean you have to turn into basically an ANCAP with better aesthetics, like, which is kind of what this Thoughts I'm doing in this clip. But yeah, that's my hot take on the matter. Do your Zizek impression, please. I have heard from a reliable source that is of high quality. Listen, given that the commune will get, as much as I love doing Zizek impressions, you know, as much as I love that, you know what I love more? The capitalist mode of production, which means I will happily do my Zizek impression for you guys for a modest fee. So you can super chat. You can click the link in the description to give a donation. Yeah, I'll do it. $10. $10, and I'll read out what you type in a Zizek voice. Otherwise, fuck off. Get out, lefty. Get out, communist. Go to China. Or Thought Slime's house. I don't know. Free labor. Oh, hey, Doomer Media. How's it going? Have you talked about the CGP Grey React stuff? No. I'm a technophobe. I just don't engage with any of that stuff. Ever. This means nothing to me. I just ignore it. It's not real. Bro, I've got over 200 viewers. Holy shit. I didn't even notice. I wish Lonerbox was seen more in Destiny Land. He feels like the only person left of Destiny that has a brain. Oh no. Oh no. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna burn through the Destiny DGG goodwill one day. It's gonna happen. It'll be happening over nothing. It's gonna be amazing. Oh! Okay. Zizek impression for 300 viewers? No. I don't give a fuck about view. I don't care. There could be 10,000 of you here. If it's not translating into cold hard cash buckaroos, sorry. You guys are scum to me. You're nothing. I'm only here for your spare change. Bro. Is 8 quid acceptable instead? Yeah, I mean, it'll translate in the fucking thing. Have you ever thought about reaching out to Shark 300? For what? I rate him sometimes. What about reaching out to him for what? Like to cover something, or is like a disagreement or what? Just thought you two would like to make content together. Maybe. I do kind of like doing content with people I agree with sometimes, but I prefer disagreements. Who are the worst YouTube debaters in your opinion? Like people who actually do debates frequently, or don't know. Don't think Lance is very good at debates. Even though he's a pretty good speaker, he can speak quite well when he's doing his own streams. I don't think it's something he would be like bad forever. Noah Samson wasn't a great debater, but he's not a debater. I think that's probably the worst leftist debater I've ever seen. Like, was Noah Samson trying to do the thing with Vosh. Bad Empanada, pretty shit debater. Just kind of schizo posts, changes his mind every 3 seconds. I don't know. I don't think I'm very good at debates. I think I can be better. I feel like I'm just very hit and miss. I feel like there are some debates where my mind just turns into mush for like 30 seconds and it ruins the entire thing. Ooh. What about Hassan? No, Hassan's a good debater. Hassan navigates conversations really well. I don't think he's very clever, but he's good at debating. You get gish galloped when you open Wikipedia. Has that ever happened to me? In contrast to the debaters you look up to? Yeah, obviously. Well, actually, my new favorite debater is Mehdi Hassan. I hear your original debate with poly people wasn't so great despite you being right. No, that debate was fine. Like, I don't think I did anything wrong there. The problem was that everyone disagreed with me and then they thought she did well. Like, I think maybe with poly people I got a bit more angry than I should have. But no, the debate was fine. I don't think I'm like all my points were fine. Like, I don't think there's anything. Whoa! Moonman with the $8. That debate was fine, including the genocide denial. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I just didn't. The problem with that debate was that I didn't deny enough genocides, to be honest. To be fair. Do some of the Destiny Lavloon hate fucking reading in the Zizek voice. Is that what you meant? In the Zizek voice? What the? What are you saying? What's happening? Is this real? Polly quickly burned through any goodwill she got from it. Yeah, I know, but the people who agreed with her just are on the fucking copioid binge right now by saying, "Oh, but she did really well in that one debate." But other than that, then she just magically turned into a shit person. I'm like, okay, well done. That makes perfect sense. Okay. Fine for $10, sure. Well, $9.97. To be fair, you are 3 cents short. Okay, we'll do this until I get bored. Let's see.
No voice.
Yes. Michelle Hihin. Michelle Hihin. Thanks for the £10. Negating the voice. Fucking yes. Completely unrelated, but what's your favorite part of Aberdeen, Loner Box? Krakatoa is pretty cool. It's like a worker co-op. An anarcho co-op. Like a very horizontal organization where I don't even think the staff buy in. They just work there for a period of time and build enough trust till they become a member. And they are doing really, really well. I actually spoke to them not too long ago. And I think they're actually going to start making a YouTube channel about workplace democracy and how they do it. So Krakatoa is pretty cool. Even if I...
No voice.
Kai Sforza with $12. Wait. Oh god, the updates are so bullshit on this. I don't know why. Is that because I have more than one alert box open? I don't understand that. Yeah. That new super chat's going to come up in a second, I imagine. They control a whole part of Aberdeen. It's a fucking gig venue. It's a bar and a gig venue. Guys, I think you've actually like destroyed my bit rate with this war, with this battle. And why the fuck are the super chats yellow? That looks dumb as shit. We're gonna need to make some arrangements. We're gonna need to rearrange. I don't even know where I am. Am I on do the voice or not do the voice? Colors based on price. Oh, okay. Least scuffed leftoid streamer. That's true. Okay, I think until the next... Okay.
Do the voice.
Okay, we're on do the voice. Okay. Jesus. That was a nice super chat goal. Holy shit. All right, let's go. Fuck me. Okay.
Do the voice.
Why is it doing that? It's making me look like I'm rolling in bucks. Jesus. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Until someone pays me to stop doing this, we're gonna go, okay? Legend. Dude, for the love of God, stop being cringe. About what? Like, the following me on wherever I go. No, it's fucking hilarious to me, lol. I'm going to follow you into literally every panel I ever see you go on. I'm not going to fuck you no matter how bad you want it. I'll never do it. Oh, ew. I know, don't worry. We're both safe from ever wanting to do that, lol. You are obsessed with me. No, you are just funny to fuck with, lol. It's losing its allure. Not at all. How bored are you? Not bored at all? I've got a million things going on, but it's always fun to check in on the Addams family when I can. Okay. Sorry, that's just a lot of ableism feels weird, man. Good. I hope it feels weird. I hope it makes you really uncomfortable. Okay. I need to... No, that's just an expensive service, guys. I'm sorry. Ugh! Did you see the weird transphobic Zizek article? Yeah, we read it on stream, and I made a VOD of it. Yeah. Yeah, true. Best £18 I've ever spent. Based. Based. Okay. You made your goal. Oh my god. Okay. I'll leave that open. Any more super chats to carry things on for an unspecified period of time? No guarantees. As long as you put it in the message, okay? I will do my best for you, okay? We need to do content. We need to do content. Destiny. Thank you, MK, for the £3.10. You made your goal. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, I actually have to thank people for the thing.
Great reading.
Moonman, thanks for the £10 and 1p. I really appreciate that. Kai Sforza, do the voice $12. Thank you so much. And okay, cool. Okay. Whoa. 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 All right. That's $120 an hour. It's not going to be that consistent, but okay. Thank you. I'm really okay, guys. I don't make that much money on streaming. Okay, they're almost once a week. I will consider quitting and just chugging at video essays. But I like streaming, so thank you so much for letting me stream. Okay, okay. All right. Stop fucking crying. Okay. Destiny versus Milo Yiannopoulos. Now, Milo Yiannopoulos, if anyone remembers, is a troll who was famous for about 8 seconds in 2016. You know, he got meetings with Trump. He became like a big MAGA head for a while. He was really popular amongst the far right, the alt right. Kind of Nazis liked him as well because he was a bit of a Nazi. Got cancelled for, I get a few things, cancelled by the right for a few statements he made on Joe Rogan that sounded like he was okay with pedophilia. Because it turns out the golden rule for a conservative pundit, troll, whatever, it seems to be the case that for a conservative figurehead, you can be gay. That's fine. There are gay conservatives, okay? You can also be a bit of a nonce. That's allowed too. But you can't be both. Not if you're a conservative, okay? So, Milo fell off, plus L, plus ratio. He has tried a few comebacks, one as being a converted gay, like a no longer gay person. He's been hanging around with Kanye, Trump, and Fuentes recently. His comebacks have never really landed, though. I think he did one debate with Destiny where he came off kind of just fine, mostly because he was being very amicable and very boring. And I think for someone like Milo, if you're expecting a troll or what's left of a troll, that's probably the best he can do. Is just shoehorn in his like mad far right stuff, but just appear like difficult to attack, you know? Just be kind of calm and amicable and conciliatory. So that's probably the best strategy for him, I would say. And preach your Christian nationalism stuff to an audience that is lonely, sad, miserable, desperate for meaning, all that. But basically put Destiny in the position of having to naysay, you know, because I think that's the hard thing. The hard thing about not being a political extremist is you constantly find yourself fighting with fantasists and utopians. And the Christian nationalist thing is kind of a utopia, even though it's like more of a dystopia. But you're just being like, no, you can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. But then you're not really offering anything positive in the way, right? And that kind of gets a bit difficult. So that's what I would do if I was Milo, broadly speaking. Let's see how it goes. Go!
How dare you show up here? I don't think you can tell when it pops out whether it's going to like or not. Maybe if it's your kid, but I'm sure you'll ensure that's the case.
I mean, you know all about kids
Whoa!
liking, huh? Isn't that?
Would I?
Oh no, it's spicy.
I have to give you some credit for having the cojones to show up in Tennessee barely a month after the bullet-ridden bodies of children have been buried, as a sort of representative for a culture that did it, and offering anything but...
Excuse me, chat, why are you guys not this fast? What's going on? How are we going to backstab Destiny with a chat that doesn't go as fast as anywhere near as fast as this? Also, Milo's fucked it already. What the fuck? He sounds uncomfortable. He sounds like, I don't know, tired. Yeah, he's fucked. This is a bad start. Okay.
Condolences and sympathy.
Trying to blame Destiny for a fucking the trans person shooting? Okay.
I think it's disgusting. I think it's shameful.
Oh no.
How dare you?
Jesus.
How dare you show up here offering anything but sympathy? Because, you know, I think... I should stand or something. We're familiar with what happened in Tennessee. We're less familiar with the reasons why.
Bro.
But the reason was that...
Is he high? His eyes look... Is he high? He has this like sickly look on his face, or drunk, I don't know, fuck.
That at any given time in society, there are about 20% of people who are just fucking nuts. And those people will glom on to whatever the fad is for people who are fucking nuts. So the current fucking nuts is trannies. You can see in the social trends when you you plot anorexia and bulimia, which was the big thing when I was growing up, against the new nuts. That there's basically about 1 in 5 people who are just not really all there.
$100, he was 20 minutes late because he went to the toilet. Lamar, oh God. Wow.
And will kind of do whatever. But when you hand those people, those unstable and dangerous people, a victimhood script, when you give them a license to commit violence in the name of their supposed identities, instead of giving them the treatment and the love and the prayers that they need, you turn those people into killers. You turn those people into time bombs. And there used to be something in America that would protect against that. It was Christianity. I think it's shameful that anybody would show up so soon after a tragedy caused by the kind of ideologies that you support and do anything but offer sympathy and condolences and celebrate the ideology that has protected us against this sort of thing for so long. It's outside the scope of our evening this evening to prove or disprove the truth of Christianity or Christ or whatever. But I'll make a few points.
Audio is dog shit. I'm so sorry.
There is no America without Christ. And the reason for that is that this is an intrinsically and fundamentally Christian nationalist country, by which we mean it's built into the architecture of the nation. There's no getting away from it. You can lie about it. You can pridefully claim that, you can be good people without Christ. You can't. You're just inheriting a system of good and evil from the culture in which you grew up, which accords with the natural law.
Uh-oh.
America was founded, as Adams told us, with a constitution that is wholly unsuited to the governance of anyone but a moral and religious people. And when he said religious, he meant Christian, although he himself was wandered through various different kinds of heresy. What Adams said was that this country is, that its founding documents, that its founding architecture, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, were wholly and fundamentally unsuited to the governance of anything but a moral and religious people. Do you think that America is comprised of a moral and religious people today? Obviously it is not. And what he meant specifically was Christianity, because the way that America is set up outsources morality to Christianity. And without it, it doesn't work, because jury trials don't work when people vote with race instead of conscience and truth. A society doesn't work when people don't obey contracts, don't obey their word, when they're oath breakers. The architecture of America rests fundamentally on a bedrock of Christianity, without which the entire thing falls apart. And that's exactly what's happening. And you don't have to take my word for it. You don't even have to take Adams's word for it, but one of your own Supreme Court justices, somebody who was famously left-wing, Rehnquist, I think it was. Can't bother to look it up, but he said that everything in America presupposes the legal system, the social system, the government. Everything in America presupposes the existence of the Judeo-Christian God. Oh. Without that, it all comes tumbling down. And without that, it is coming tumbling down. And without that, we're not able to give people who have terrible sicknesses and weaknesses and defects the help that they need. Instead, we hand them victimhood scripts, and they shoot up schools, they shoot up churches, whether they are young white guys on antidepressants or whether they're transgender people who are told that it's white Christians are responsible for all of their miseries. It is Christianity that keeps us nice to each other, that keeps us being good to one another. And if you toss it out, as happened in 1776 here, you have a really big problem on your hands, because, and I'm going to say something very radical and difficult to say in Tennessee of all places, there are freedoms afforded to Americans that are too radical and too great and too daring without...
I think a good question to maybe ask yourselves as well is, if you were ever in this situation, is what would your response be? There's a few things you could say. One is suggesting like anything that Destiny has said that would inspire a trans person to carry out a shooting. The other one would be why would you exploit and accuse him? Okay, if you're doing optics, just accuse him of standing on the graves of dead kids to try and blame like liberal ideology on a shooting or transness on a shooting when like disproportionately the overwhelming majority of mass shootings are by cis people, not trans people. Trans people are like 4 times less likely to commit a shooting. It's not as if you can't find right-wing shooters in history. Christchurch, Quebec, Dylan Roof. Yeah, okay. So that's maybe another one thing. And then the other one, obviously you don't need Christianity to like behave well in the world, because just as Christianity doesn't stop you from behaving badly. So yeah.
The insulation of Christianity. The First and Second Amendments don't work unless everyone's Christian.
Damn.
They don't work, and they're not working. They're not functioning. You can't give crazy atheists guns. You can't let shameless liars say whatever they want about other people in public without consequence. There's a sort of unwritten rule that sits behind everything in America. And it is that these are all the things you get to do because we know that you can handle it. We know that you can be trusted with this because you love God, because you respect life, because you won't take other people's lives, because you'll keep your word. Without that, the First and Second Amendments become a sort of license to abuse one another or to kill one another. They become a license to lie. They become a license to murder. They become too much freedom. Because there is such a thing.
Oh.
And without an underpinning moral architecture.
This is very conservative soy though, isn't it? Like conservative virtue signaling. They keep doing this. Anyway.
This country doesn't work. And it's not working. Since this country has fallen away from God, the Christian God, this country has begun to fall apart. And that's why all of this terrible shit is happening. That's why all the awful stuff on TV is going on. It's why you can no longer trust people to keep their words if you don't know them. It's why everybody keeps voting with their skin color or their sexuality or gender or whatever bollocks it is today. Because they're not unified under Christ, because they're not one under Christ, because they're not brothers and sisters in Christ. It doesn't matter if you agree with the literal truth of Christianity or not. The founders did, and they made a country for people who did. And if you don't agree with that, or you don't like God, or you don't see why too much freedom is leading us all to hate and kill each other, and you don't appreciate that we should not only restore Christianity in culture, but require it in public life, you should go to Canada. You should go somewhere else where there's a moral architecture built into the law. But here...
Again, there's nothing in the Constitution that says America has to be Christian, but... Yeah.
It doesn't work without God. And when you don't have him, when instead people replace prayer and the rituals of the church with antidepressants, with compound interest, with games and drink and drugs and fornication, kind of thing he does with his wife, offering her around town like she's common property.
Ooh.
America doesn't work when we behave that way.
Huffing and puffing.
Because we'll all just end up murdering each other. That's all.
Destiny, you have 10 minutes.
Like, he's intoxicated. You can just grill him on why the fuck he's intoxicated, but...
This is terrible.
It's not every day I'm the progressive. Oh, what? Here? Yeah? Oh, nice. Okay. I'm not used to arguing for more freedoms against conservatives on stage, but I guess that's where we're at right now with the conservative movement, or whatever part of the conservative movement this is. Today, we've got viewers gathered from all across the world tuning in to a debate between me and Milo, where Milo is going to argue that we should turn the USA into an isolated,
wankers from all over the world. Go.
authoritarian, zealously religious country. I think that technology is the Pandora's box that has changed this country and this world forever, and I don't think we're ever going back to the days of public squares and mail service by horse. Cultural exchange is happening, whether you like it or not, quite literally at the speed of light. Even right now, potentially hundreds of thousands or even millions of people around the world are listening to me and Milo have this debate. The only way to stop this type of cultural exchange is through the militant authoritarianism that Milo is talking about on this stage. That might be through his being against the First Amendment, that might be against his taking away of the Second Amendment, and that might be through the institution of a state religion. This means the destruction of our freedom of speech, our ability to produce media, satire, and comedy, and our ability to communicate openly on the social media platforms we've all unfortunately grown addicted to. After Milo gets his way and abolishes the First Amendment, is he going to be the one deciding who we can or cannot make fun of on Twitter? Is the world really going to return to how it was before birth control, before women had the right to work, before gay people were allowed to get married, before we were allowed the ability to freely worship whatever God we wanted, or abstain from worship altogether? I reckon that we cannot close Pandora's box. Christian nationalism, as it stands today, isn't even a coherent ideology. The proponents will argue whether there's an ethnic component, whether one needs to be Catholic or not, and whether one needs to even be a Christian or a supporter at all in order to idolize somebody for a Christian nationalist ideology. How many more porn stars does Donald Trump need to work his way through behind his wife's back before Christian nationalists stop worshiping him as their savior?
Ooh.
As small as Christian
That's an appeal to hypocrisy. Ooh.
nationalism is as a movement, even with it being as small as it is, there is still...
This is actually an example. People might say that this is what you call a tu quoque fallacy, right? Where you're attacking the hypocrisy of the person making the argument rather than the argument. The problem is, if you are a person making an argument for Christian nationalism and people being pious and all that shit, and you support Trump, that's not actually a fallacious appeal to hypocrisy. It's a valid appeal to hypocrisy. Because if you're saying this is the way people should be, but you are a person who's not behaving in that way, well, either no one should take your claim, no one should take you seriously in this as an advocate for what you're saying, or you actually don't believe in the thing that you're saying, or you don't believe it's as important. If you can be an exception, why can't other people, i.e. everyone? So that's a good example of, like, it's not always, like, hypocrisy fallacies are, even when they are fallacious, like, they still have some kind of, they still have a bit more validity than people sometimes ascribe to it. Anyway.
Endless infighting. Anyone who's taken a gander recently at Milo, Ali Alexander, or Fuentes' Telegram account can attest to that. And now, with an already fractured and fighting minority movement, some want to put even more restrictions, such as race, lineage, sexuality, LGBT status, or geography on who ought to be allowed to join their movement. The glory days of Christianity are largely over. While the number of worshipers have ebbed and flowed through time, it's impossible for us to return to where we came from. In 1999, almost 70% of Americans were part of a church, synagogue, or mosque. And just 20 years later, in 2020, according to Pew Research, that number has fallen to just 47%, a minority of the population for the first time in U.S. history. We need to be realistic about the coming years. We need to help our young men and women find purpose in the world and stop pretending like some Christian nationalism is the answer. We need to find ways to get our young people engaged with their friends, family, and their communities in ways that synergize with the technological explosion the entire world has experienced. If Christian nationalists want to continue to practice Christianity in America, then I say we let them. However, we should never allow them to take away our right not to do the same.
We will now have 5 minutes of rebuttals from each of you guys. So we'll start with Milo. You have 5 minutes.
If the movement is Thank you. If the movement, such as it is, I didn't realize there was one, but if Christian nationalism is not yet adequately defined, it's because nobody used it before 2 years ago, which it seems to me to be perfectly reasonable. Trump is not a religious leader in any sense, and you're making a classic mistake of people who don't understand religion, don't understand God, and don't understand their own country when you say, hold Trump up as a kind of moral example. Render unto Caesar. We don't expect that our presidents should be like Jesus because they're not here to do Jesus' job. So, no. It's interesting you talk about women's rights.
And that's one way to do it.
I mean, Christianity is the... Sorry, I mean... You know, I just don't know how hard to go in, really. I mean, you know, you're talking about the religion that gave women consent in marriage. You're talking about the religion that gave women the right to say no, that elevated them from chattel into human beings. You want to return women to chattel. You want women to be like your wife, passed around town. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to take moral lectures on the rights of women from somebody who treats supposedly their wife in what ought to be a holy sacrament as a communal sex toy. Give me a break. Give me a break. I'm not going to take moral lectures from somebody who, for all intents and purposes, may as well have a fleshlight instead of a wife.
He's flailing. By the way, for a Christian, his obsession with fucking the sexual activities of Melina is probably a little bit, is maybe betraying his faith a little bit, but okay.
Who demeans and besmirches her honor, who speaks about a woman who should be treated with the reverence and respect and love that we treat our own mothers with, like she was something you could buy, like she's something that just to get off with, passed around to other men while you watch, flicking yourself off. So forgive me if I decline to take any lectures from you on women's bloody rights.
Bloody rights.
As for gay rights, no thanks. I didn't want them when I was having sex with men, and I don't want them now. Catholicism and Islam are growing, in case you aren't familiar with the world outside these borders. And the reason for that is that everybody sees what a bloody mess we're all in, thanks to globalization, thanks to the information economy, thanks to the kinds of changes that he says are inexorable, because, like a lot of undereducated people, he doesn't have much of a grasp of the world before he was born. I think if you were to glance a little further back, whether it were to ancient Greece, or Rome, or the Holy Roman Empire, you would see plenty of examples in history, or even, dare I say it, the Weimar Republic.
The Weimar?
A little bit closer to our own era, in which an era of rampant sexual degeneracy was indeed replaced by some quite stern social rules, to put it mildly. History is replete with examples of what happens when the public gets sick of people like you fucking everything up, breaking everything apart, and destroying all the things that make society precious, that make relationships work. In fact, if you are to look back in history as far as Greece and Rome, you might say that history is really the story of how people like you, given undue influence and larger platforms than they deserve, continually express views that are so far outside of the mainstream and so out of step with what ordinary people think that you have to be regularly slaughtered, and new governments have to be installed, and coups have to be engaged in.
This never happened when people were religious. There were never coups and regimes getting overthrown and people going to war. This never happened when everyone was religious. I can't even think of a single... Anyway.
Just to keep people like you in line, because otherwise we'd all be dead. So I'm sorry, but I'm certainly not going to take any kind of moral lectures from you on anything.
Oh.
But I've given you a few examples of why everything you just said is complete and absolute nonsense. But let me tell you, if your memory stretches back, and as you're at university, you're an educated person, it should be further than 1980. You absolutely can put it back in the box, and we must, and we should, because otherwise America is done.
All right, Destiny, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to respond to.
Uh-oh.
I think it's a little funny that apparently I'm so far outside of what people regularly think, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure I'm giving you a bigger audience than you've had in the past several years post your cancellation. But I see
What did he say there?
far outside of what people regularly think, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure I'm giving you a bigger audience than you've had in the past several years post your cancellation.
Oh, stats. Stats. You call me an atheist scumbag? Well, I've got more subscribers than you. Nice one. Get him. Good.
But I see that this is what the dying throes, I guess, of an internet provocateur, as he self-described himself back when you were riding on the alt-right, then when you were riding on Trump. Now I guess you're not riding on guys anymore because apparently you prayed away the gay. So whatever you're doing now. But I won't get into all that. I'll take the high road, despite the fact that you're one of the most obsessed with my wife's vagina gay guys I've ever seen in my entire life, which is very fucking weird, but very strange. I'll kind of reiterate what I said before, I guess. I don't know how long we're going to do this, but yeah, I think that Christian nationalism is largely a joke. I guess you can kind of see that the figures that are proponents of Christian nationalism, like Christian nationalism, are largely jokes. They don't really have any serious positions. They just sit up here trying to provoke. They really have nothing to offer the public, nothing to offer the public discourse, nothing to offer the people that are, I guess, trying to join and leave these movements, because obviously, as we can see online, they are ever fracturing and ever infighting more and more every single day. Yeah.
All right. We'll move on to the questions right now. The person who I will direct a question towards has 5 minutes to respond, and then the opponent has 3 minutes to respond to that. Then the first question is for Milo. As we know, Christianity has a lot of denominations, and even amongst your faith, Catholicism, there are lots of conflicting interpretations of the Bible and other differing opinions. How would you, in your Christian national society, coexist with non-Catholics?
I don't really want to reiterate what I said at the beginning, but God, yeah, Milo's. I don't know why he would. Because I think he's maybe still trolling, right? Like he's still trying to do the provocateur thing, but it's just so bad. It's so like toothless. But anyway,
Catholics.
You don't have to. I mean,
no, it's so funny though. It's like, because I watch a lot of Destiny debates, and it's just this whole. Everyone seems to think that, the previous 399 people couldn't get a land on making fun of the Melina's sex life, but I'll be the one. Me, pious Christian, converted from homosexuality, Milo. Okay.
my patron saint, Louis IX, the only canonized king of France, says that he knows what's coming already. There must be Elijah. I've been warned about you. Said that it wasn't really proper to debate these kinds of things, and it's better to run somebody through with a sword than to hear them besmirch the faith or whatnot.
Paradox of tolerance.
If you think that coexistence with Christians is such an onerous and dreadful burden, perhaps you might like to tell the Jews, who seem to quite like it. In fact, Jews and Christians, it seems to me, do best in the sort of situation that you have in the West, with a Christian governing majority and a Jewish minority, so that we don't all get too super serious and up ourselves. And we have some good new interpretations of Mendelssohn now and again. There aren't any conflicting interpretations of the Bible in Catholicism. There is only church teaching. And church teaching is eternal, unless some pope comes along and decides that, even Francis hasn't done that he's going to rip it all up. Coexisting with Christians is the easiest thing to do in the world. And I can't remember who gave this example, but if you heard footsteps, this is not my analogy, but if you heard footsteps coming up behind you in a dark alley at night,
I think it was a gay person.
Would you feel safer if you knew that it was Dylan Mulvaney or any church-going Christian?
What? Wait, who the fuck is Dylan Mulvaney? Wait, is this the Bud Light person? What the fuck is... I'm sorry, Milo. What do you... I'm trying to find a... What do you think's gonna happen to you if Dylan Mulvaney comes up behind you? She would come up behind you, you would gasp in fear, and it would blow her over. You go, ah! And then when you breathe out after gasping, it would just blow her over. She'd float away like a dandelion. Now, if she came up to you with a Bud Light that was open, she was like waving it a little bit. That's maybe I'd shit myself. Got to give it to Milo on one thing. He's charismatic. I mean, he has the potential to be charismatic. He's not coming off charismatic here. He's coming off like a fucking, I don't know, he's coming off like a clown in a K-hole. That's more the vibe I'm getting here than charismatic, right? You give a clown enough ketamine, he'll start behaving like this. But thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. Soy.
All right, for Destiny, you have 3 minutes now to respond to that.
I'm sorry, can you read the prompt again?
Yeah, sure. As we know, Christianity has a lot of denominations. Even amongst your faith, Catholicism, Milo's faith, there are lots of conflicting interpretations of the Bible. How would your Christian national society coexist with non-Catholics?
Well, I mean, the society that I advocate for is the one that exists today where people are allowed to worship whatever religion they want. I think that right now, America is superior to a Christian nationalist version of it because if two different people decide they want to worship two different versions of Christianity, they have the right to do that. Obviously, in Milo's world, I guess the non-Catholics even, I think, would get killed. I don't know where the killing starts and stops for his version of Christian nationalism, or ethnically, I don't know where that starts or stops. I heard the run through the sword thing. Maybe you forgot what you said. I'm not sure what you were doing in the bathroom while we were waiting for you for 20 minutes here, but maybe it's affecting your memory a little bit.
Oh no!
But yeah, I think in the United States, I think one of the reasons why the United States works as well as
I don't care how charismatic you can be. You shouting like with no microphone over someone else's statement when no one can hear what the fuck you're saying. Like, how embarrassing. So he was in the toilet for 20 minutes. Okay.
It does. It's because we've allowed so many different people to come here, worship in the way that we want, or worship in the way that they want, and we should continue to allow them to do so.
40 minutes is a terribly long time to do a line of coke. I was late because I was late for the ordinary reasons that people are late. I was at the hairdresser.
All right, Destiny.
I have the personality I have. Sort of stuck with it now.
Now your question, Destiny. You have 5 minutes to respond to this, and then Mao will have 3 minutes to respond to that. Some would argue that a society without religion at its core would devolve into a nihilistic society, deprived of any meaning or purpose.
What did the heckler say? I actually don't know. Cocaine? Did they say he was taking cocaine? Maybe? I don't know.
Purpose. How would you prevent in your society, non-Christian nationalist governing society, from devolving into a nihilistic, meaningless society?
I think that you have to have something greater than yourself to live for, and I think religion is like a really easy package to give somebody that kind of solves for a lot of those problems. It gives you a nice guide for how to view the world, it gives you a nice guide for how to view your family, it gives you a nice guide for how to live an ethical life, and through that package, people feel like they have something greater than themselves to live for. I don't think it's impossible to have that thing without religion, but I think right now we're very politically fractured as a country, and it makes it really difficult for us to have those things. So for instance, there are certain topics that are hotly contested that I don't think should be. So for instance, all of us should be able to say we're proud to be Americans. That includes progressives, that includes BLM people, that includes people on the left, that includes anybody that might, however far left you go, you should be able to say that. That shouldn't be ground that we cede to people on the right. I think it's kind of a shame that if you see an American flag on somebody's car today, you basically know that they're a conservative because nobody on the left would put that on their car. I think that's an insane proposition. So I think that when we've gotten to this point to where we're so politically divided that people can't even feel proud of their country.
The genocidal American Imperial Corps. Destiny supports the genocidal imperialist. What else? Imperial Core. That is wow. Ooh, ooh. It's sometimes funny the way a lot of like far left people talk about America sounds like they're talking about. It sounds like the same way right wingers talk about the USSR, right? Instead of 100 million dead, it's like what U.S. bombings killed 2.5 million people in Iraq, which isn't true. Or like, yeah, the American KKK and all Americans are fucking white supremacist Nazis and shit like that. Yeah, it's they sound very similar. It's all very like caricaturing. Oh, the Uyghurs? Well, you guys put migrants in detention centers. That's the same thing as trying to delete an entire culture from a region with re-education camps. Like, yeah, fucking hell.
Anymore. If you also take away religion from those people too, then they're kind of aimlessly, I guess, wandering from Twitter to Facebook to YouTube to whatever, just endlessly shitting on each other with no common united purpose. So I think that one of the things we need to work on more than anything else is kind of healing some of the political fracture that exists in this country. I think it's good that we argue with each other, but it's not good that we are relentlessly banning people from every platform so that we're all kind of like gathering in different areas and we're not even able to have conversations with each other in the same reality anymore.
Just look at the societies that Christians build. I mean, earlier he says, "Oh, you know, you get rid of the First Amendment," and there goes satire. Again, apparently a memory that doesn't stretch back before 1980, because I think most of the best satirists were Christian Europeans, weren't they? And before that, they were pagans, and you know, we live in a very Hellenistic kind of a inheritance, and it was just complete and total bollocks. And you've been doing a lot of complete and total bollocks, assigning positions to me that I don't hold, and saying, "Oh, he wants to murder everyone, he wants to kill all the blacks."
Uh-oh. The what? The who?
No.
You did say you wanted to, it was better to drive a sword through them than like let them besmirch the faith. Did say that, Milo. Clown in a K-hole, bro.
No. Look at the societies that Christians build. Look at the things they build. In Catholic theology, there's a thing called the transcendentals, and it's supposedly the things that all souls have in common, that all people yearn for.
Why don't you say bollocks more? It's not a Scottish word. We don't really use it in Scotland. Not that do people I know say bollock? It's like an English thing, right? Especially London. Bollocks. But it's not really Scottish. In Scotland, you would say boz, or bawbag, or fanny boz, or fanny, that's just completely separate from anything ball related. But you wouldn't say bollocks, I don't think.
And which brings us closer to an understanding of God. Now,
you know, there was a hurricane, not in Scotland, but like the edge of a hurricane blew over where I live in Aberdeen, and the public were given the opportunity to name it because it was like it was the most wind we've ever had, I think, in a day or 2 days. So the public got to vote on what it would be called, and they voted. Y'all get hurricane? No, we didn't get a hurricane. There was a hurricane somewhere near us. But the edge of it made it windy enough. The fact that it was close enough made it windy enough here. I think that's what happened. Or it was just really windy. I don't know. But it was like the windiest day that I've ever experienced. So they asked the public to vote on what to call it. And the public voted for the name Hurricane Bawbag, which means ballsack. We called it Hurricane Bawbag. So that's if anyone wants to learn a Scottish word, there you go. That's a bit of Scottish lore there. Do you remember where you were on Hurricane Bawbag? I don't even know if it was a hurricane, now that I think of it. Okay, so some people tried to call it Cyclone Friedhelm. Cucks. 2011 was it? It was that long ago. Holy shit. It brought hurricane force winds to Scotland. Okay, it was a extratropical cyclone. Winds were at 80 miles per hour in populous areas. Hurricane Bobak. Oh, there it is. Blasting us. Oh, it was actually all over Scotland. I thought it was just an Aberdonian thing. So the Scottish voted for it to call it Hurricane Bobak. Interesting. Let me see if there's any pictures of what it looked like in my hometown. Yeah. There is it. That was at the beach. That was it in town. What a mess. It pulled down the Christmas lights. These are the Christmas lights that were going across the street, and it just yanked them down. What a fateful day. All right.
Opinions differ on how many of these things there are, but the core three that everyone agrees on is beauty, truth, and goodness. And it seems to me that if you look at the frescoes in Italy, or you listen to German composers, or look at Dutch painting, that
Which Milo doesn't... If you asked him to elaborate on any of that, he wouldn't be able to tell you shit. I could just guarantee.
In Western Christian Europe, have done a pretty good job of embracing beauty, truth, and goodness, and also self-sacrifice and sacrifice for love, which is the central image of Christianity. Feuerbach, the philosopher who was not a Christian, did not like Christians at all, said that you can sort of tell what a culture's all about from its religion's kind of central symbol. Ours is Christ on the cross, dying for someone you love. It's Tristan and Isolde. It's all the things that we think are most noble. It's sending people to war to die for their country. All of those values, all those things we love, rest on the image of Christ on the cross. We are good only because we have learned goodness from Christianity. And we can insist in a prideful way that, oh, no, I'm good because I made myself good, because I got there through reason. All right, mate. Just look at the societies that Christians build.
All right, mate.
And you tell me where you want to live. Is it Abu Dhabi? Is it the Congo? Is it Sparta? Or is it Western Europe maybe 50 years ago?
I think like the majority... Wait. I think the majority of people in Congo are Christian. Okay.
I know where I'd rather be.
All right, last question for Milo, and you'll have 5 minutes to respond to this, and Destiny will have 3 minutes to respond to that. Some would argue that societies governed under one faith can devolve into tyranny. How would you prevent a Second Inquisition or a Soviet-style dictatorship with them forcing people to proclaim their allegiance to the state and faith?
Well, the Soviets are crap because they failed. I mean, they failed to do what America has accomplished, which is have people thank you for their enslavement and ask for more chains. The Soviet Union never really achieved that, but America has, with prescription drugs and all the other things that people are addicted to. I mean, everybody in this room is dependent on a cocktail, a little package, a little consumer package of things that get them through, whether it's their credit cards or...
Bro, Milo has more drugs in him right now than everyone in that fucking audience combined and this chat. What are you talking about? Bro, mate.
Gaming or whatever, passing your wife around. These are the things that sort of get you through life.
Ooh, your wife. Ooh.
I'm not terribly concerned about preventing another Inquisition. I think that'd be quite a good idea. Got a pretty bad rap, just like the Crusades does. I mean, you won't hear this from dishonest people who throw accusations at, without really listening to the arguments of their opponents and who aren't educated prior to 1980. But the Crusades were a defensive war. The Inquisition wasn't all that it's been said to be.
Not entirely. Okay, whatever.
I don't have a
We're not doing a history stream today. Fuck no.
enormous problem with us wandering around and making sure people aren't murdering each other in the womb and making sitting back and making money off the poor, landlords in Brooklyn. I don't have a terrible problem with that. I don't think that protecting against tyranny is the thing that America should be most concerned with at the moment. I think an urgent, strict and perhaps stern realignment to a much more conventional morality would make everybody happier. And I don't think that anyone...
Sorry, if anyone wants a summary, we're doing it. Just, if you want a summary, okay, do your own research, fucking losers. If you want a summary of the whole Crusades were defensive wars, they will say the Crusades only happened because this attack against Christian nations happened beforehand, right? Or Christian areas happened beforehand. But the gap is like 300 years or some shit. That's the defensive war bullshit. Lonerbox Live, do you stream on Twitch or Kick? I stream on Twitch all the time. Oh fuck, I keep forgetting people don't know this. Yeah, I stream on Twitch all the time. The YouTube streams are kind of exceptional, yeah. Yeah.
In this room can honestly say that America is better now than it was when most people were going to church or at least God-fearing. It isn't better. And you don't have to be a Christian to participate in a Christian society. Ooh. Christians are the best of all at letting people in, sometimes too much. Sometimes the people that come in end up messing everything up. You don't have to be a Christian to benefit from a Christian society, and lots of people in this room
like
have done exactly that. But when you take
all those Christian majority countries in Africa that Milo would fucking wince at, yeah, okay,
God out and you know things start to fall apart, you end up in a world nobody wants to live in, and we are in. Sorry. What year? Like you're referring to a traditional Christianity. What year are you referring to? What do you mean?
Hey Maruzzi, how's it going?
Oh well, I mean, if I had my way, I'd go back to about 1200. You know, I mean, lots of propagandists in university departments call it the Dark Ages. You know, well, this is a conversation for another day, really. But it seems to me it was quite a nice time to live, and yeah. I think that you would find, if you care about this kind of thing, if you do care about things above and beyond yourself, if you care about where we go afterwards, if you care about leaving a good legacy, if you care about being good to the people around you, I think a lot more people in 1400 got into heaven each year than do now.
I mean, that's probably something to do with the bubonic plague. If enough people are dying, you know, the chances of some of them going to heaven are probably better. Yeah. Okay. Okay, dude.
And I don't think you have to be a Christian to accept that that's because we're not nice anymore. And we're not good to each other. And the reason for that is the failing moral architecture and underpinning of society, which was required by the founders, or this stuff doesn't function. And it's not.
All right, Destiny, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Can you hit me up with that prompt again?
Some would argue that societies governed under one faith can devolve into tyranny. How would you prevent a second Inquisition or a Soviet-style dictatorship where people have to proclaim their allegiance to the state and faith?
I mean, it's kind of a hard question for me to answer because I'm not advocating for Christian nationalism, but I would say obviously we should be allowed to carry on as we are now, where everybody's allowed to choose what God they want to worship, choose the lifestyle they want to live, as long as they're not encroaching on the freedoms of other people. I think you should continue to have the right to do that. So it's my argument in the negative. Also, I do think it's kind of funny that Milo pointed out that everybody in here is addicted to consumerist packaging, when I'm pretty sure that bag is worth like 10 times more than my entire outfit.
It is. It is.
All right.
A lot of these people, I don't understand so many anti-materialist figureheads. This is true in the New Age as well, which they were just decked out in bling, like all the time. That's like a really common thing, and they would just brag about it as well. I've never understood that. Anyway.
Now we will do the last question for you, Destiny, and then we'll go to the Q&A/crossfire. Some would argue that most people are naturally drawn to some sort of faith or belief in a higher power. How would you prevent your society from inevitably becoming a religious society and thus being run by the exact same organizing faith or ideas that you want to stop?
I mean, I think the important thing is for people to have something bigger than themselves to live for. I don't think it has to be religion, but if it was religion, I don't necessarily think that's the worst thing in the world. I think that the defining aspect of the United States is that a lot of people with contradictory ideas can exist within the same geographic borders, governed by the same legal system, voting on the same politicians, and somehow finding a way to make all of that work. I think we've done it for hundreds of years. I think we do it better than any other country on the planet. Right now, today, not before 1980, not in the 1200s, But today in 2023, I think we have an incredibly diverse country of people, all sorts of creeds, all sorts of ethnicities, all sorts of different types of people that seem to be living together and making it work. I think we have problems right now, like I mentioned earlier, with the political division. And I think that that's a real problem that we need to combat, but I think we need to do it by having honest conversations about what we can do to move forward, not by talking to people that want to look back hundreds or thousands of years to what society used to look
Millions
like
of years.
before there was Gucci and hairdressers.
I could live without both if it meant that you would be left on a mountainside somewhere, your parents wondering which god they'd pissed off, which is exactly what would have happened in a pre-Christian civilization to something like you.
Probably would have left the gays there before people like me.
Well, I don't think you can tell when it pops out whether it's going to like or not. Maybe if it's your kid, but
Uh-oh.
I'm sure you'll ensure that's the case.
I mean, you know all about kids liking, huh? Isn't that?
Would I? Would I? Would I? Tell us more about that.
Uh-oh.
Would I? Because that's a pretty big allegation. Would I?
Oh, he's
Would you
mad.
what?
Would I know about that?
Well, seems like it. Isn't that what you got canceled for?
No, I got cancelled for talking about the fact that I was a victim of clerical sexual abuse. I was
That's not entirely true. He also said that it made him better at giving head and that more it should happen to more people. It's like okay. If I want to be like really humanist and really cucked, you could say that maybe Milo was struggling to come to terms with his abuse. And that's why he was trying to rationalize it and say it was a good thing. But fuck me, if you're an advocate, I don't know. That's probably not the best way to process your. Oh God. Oh God. Did someone say God and Vosh in the? I did hear that. Yeah.
So about like little boys liking, right?
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, yeah.
There you go. You got there eventually. It's okay.
Okay.
I can tell you're coming down right now, but I'll walk you through the rest of my jokes if you need me to.
No, fair enough. Okay. Are you bringing it? Fine.
Oh, no.
Shame Father Michael's daddy would have liked that. I think if
Oh my.
I don't know that it makes me an expert.
Is chat working for me now? Yeah. Is it not, Maruti? It's working for everyone else, it seems. Oh, okay. Damn. Fair enough. Jesus.
On kids liking dick being raped by a priest, but if you want some comedy lessons afterwards, I'm happy to give you 20 minutes. What was the question? Sorry, I was so bored.
God.
The question was, some would argue that most people are naturally drawn to some sort of faith or belief in a higher power. How would you, Destiny, prevent your society from inevitably becoming a religious society and thus being run by the same organizing
thanks.
ideas?
I think it's a bit lazy to say, as people often do, that we now have a kind of alternate sort of progressive religion. I don't think that progressivism really functions like a religion. It's true that when you take God out of things, you don't just sort of, get rid of him in the same way that when you get rid of a king, you don't really get rid of the king. You still are ruled by people that you have no power over. The difference is that in America, you don't know their names because they lurk behind that flag, rubbing their hands and making money off you and getting you addicted to things. You don't know their name.
Like ketamine. Or whatever the fuck Milo is.
So you can't assassinate them. One reason monarchy is better. I think... sorry, I forgot one question.
Oh,
it was about how do you prevent it from sliding in? Yeah, I think it's lazy when people
laugh.
say, we've replaced kind of one religion with a progressive religion. It's true that when God moves out, that other things move in. You don't just kind of get rid of it and now everyone's happy and now everyone can just be nice to each other. That yearning that you've acknowledged that we all have has got to be satisfied by something. So if you take the Christian God out, something worse moves in because there isn't anything better than that. There isn't anything better than that for organizing society. There isn't anything better than that for teaching people how to behave to one another. There isn't anything better than that objectively, practically, and empirically. So things do move in, but progressivism of the type that he likes doesn't function like a religion because all religions have one thing in common that his political orthodoxy doesn't, and that's salvation and forgiveness. Because there is no forgiveness for people who are cancelled, whether or not they were responsible for what happened to them and were trying to make sense of an abuse experience, or whether they said something that they shouldn't have said. There's no way back. There's no.
Wait, but Milo was cancelled by the right, not by the left. Already hated him. He was cancelled by Christians and conservatives and fucking nationalists. Those are the people who cancelled Milo.
forgiveness, there's no redemption. And that's the thing all religions, except for this orthodoxy, seem to have in common. So I don't think it's, I think it's a bit lazy to say that one religion gets replaced by another. But it is definitely true that you cannot simply chop off the top of the pyramid and expect everything to be fine. Something worse will slither its way up there. And it has.
Thank you guys so much.
Well
Let's
done,
give
Vosh.
both of them a round of applause, please.
Oh, yeah, good, strong debate by Vosh there. Look at him. Look at those glaring eyes. Cool. That was good. In a not really gain anything, just kind of entertaining. Now, people said there was a Q&A section, but like, was that not it? Does it go further? It's not on the America Uncensored page anymore, so did they really just talk for... There's a Q&A here I can see in the DGG Vault channel. There's like a few clips that went up. But I think that's all there is. Did we watch this bit? Destiny buries Milo. Was this the closing statement?
Thank you, everybody, for the great questions.
Okay, so there's a Q. Okay, there's Q&As. Okay, cool. By the way, while we're grabbing the Q&A sections, chat. I haven't even checked the numbers for a minute, but I think there are probably 600 people watching, maybe 6,000. I don't know. But I think there's only like 20 likes, so like the stream, you fucking morons. Okay, let me find the absolute waste of time. Here, okay. Here, let's go! What makes America great? I'll send the link. Oh, thanks, Psychodynamic. If you send it in the Discord, that might be better if you're in there. All right. Okay.
This one's for
Destiny streamed it all. Oh, it's on his. Is it on his live VOD? Is that where it is? Oh. Is it there? 626 viewers. That's so cool. Is it on his live VODs? Is it on his live VODs? Is it on his live VODs? Also, while you're liking the stream, you can also be a member. You can gift memberships. You can super chat. You can donate on the other thing in the. Oh yeah, okay. It's 4 hours. Holy shit. Okay, I got it. Okay, got it. All right. So this is where they're doing the debate. Where
Passing your wife around. These are the
passing
things.
your wife around.
The
Base.
reason for that is the failing moral architecture and underpinning of society.
Moral architecture.
or like theocratic.
So the Q&A
Chop
comes.
off the top of the pyramid
Okay, cool. I got it.
and expect everything to be fine.
Nice.
Something worse will slither its way up.
God damn it, the
And it
fucking
has.
volume. Jesus.
Thank you guys so much. Let's give everybody both of them a round of applause, please.
Yeah, we found it. That didn't take too long.
Now we're going to move into the audience Q&A. So if you'd like to ask a question, line up behind me. We'll have somebody hold a mic here, and you're allowed to ask one question. And we'll have probably about 30 minutes this. If we want to go a little longer.
Well, it's actually more of a comment than a question. Fuck you! If anyone does that, I'm going to get really annoyed. There's nothing I hated more going to events, political events, talks. It's actually... I know it's a Q&A, but this is more of a comment than a question. Oh, God.
We can, but we'll try to keep it to 30 minutes.
How long is this Q&A? Is it like hours long? It's over an hour long.
Yeah, we just need 1 minute to set up the camera, and then we'll be good to go.
Wow. Oh. Oh, thanks, Psychodynamic. I saw that in the Discord. Even though I beat you
All
to
right,
it.
so in like a potential Christian nationalist or like theocratic U.S., what would kind of the government policy on smoking indoors be? Is that like permitted?
There's something odd about smoking. Smoking's the only thing that's bad for you that the government doesn't promote.
See, that's kind of what I think.
Yeah, there's something up with that. I feel like maybe like on the low, smoking is really good for you, and they just don't want us to know, and cancer comes from like the TV or something, because there's no
On something, yeah.
There's something, whatever, you know.
No,
There's
Okay.
it's bad vibes or the devils or
Okay.
something, but there's something weird about the fact that smoking is the only thing that kills you that the government doesn't subsidize and encourage.
See, yeah, I've always found that to be kind of questionable.
I think smoking is extremely based,
Oh, yeah.
and
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, certainly in my faith tradition, the early church fathers were very enthusiastic about alcohol, in moderation, of course, although moderation had a slightly different meaning in the 1200s. So I think they would be lighting up the Marlboro right next to you.
All right, well, awesome. Destin, do you have any sort of opinion on that, or?
I kind of like smoking being banned from indoors. I'm gonna be honest.
Fair
Somebody
enough.
that is
I
30.
didn't live it. I didn't live it. So.
Hey, Scottish smoking ban, boost. Right.
As somebody that's 34, the older people in here will remember for restaurants we had no smoking sections. They definitely didn't work. I don't mind people smoking, I guess, like outside if they want to smoke, but having to share spaces with just disgusting cigarette smoke, like constantly wafting through the air, especially if you've got kids around and stuff, I think is really disgusting. So I'm glad it's gone from inside.
You sort of get used to it, though. I mean, it's the only reason.
Is that recent? Smoking ban in Scotland was like 2005, 2004 or something. Is this a new thing in America? Have they had smoking sections indoors until recently?
Visit Germany after 1945, really, is the fact that you can smoke while you're having a coffee.
There's a lot of drugs you can get used to, but I don't know if you're a good argument in favor of that.
I'm not saying that there's. There are certain things that you can't necessarily argue from first principles convincingly, but
It's been about
nonetheless
15,
seem to
20
work
years.
better,
Okay, that's cool.
like monarchy and smoking.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, guys.
Dergs.
Hi,
I clawed one person back. You see.
I'm so glad someone brought up smoking because I really needed a Marlboro Red.
Oh my god, balance the fucking volumes. Why are the questioners so quiet? How can you put on an event and not have someone at the desk looking at the mirrors? I know when my volume's okay because I can see the yellow. It's just touching the red, barely. And if I don't like that, I just go my preamp on this desk here and go woo. That's going to take it a little bit under the red, you know? Nice. That's well just safe in the yellow now. Go back up. Woo.
Coming in here, and I was like, God, okay.
This guy's like in the green and Milo's touching the red. Fuck.
Well, it's hardcore. I'm a Newport Lights guy.
Okay, right.
Smoke
right.
for the man you want, as
From
was.
John, maybe. But I wanted to ask you, Milo. It's a question on speech, and the first one was, what happened to make America hate again? I was looking forward to that book. I was telling all my friends and family about it, and then it didn't come out.
I kept getting employed by people, but I've written most of it, and I think it's become actually more
He's
urgent
had
than
a
ever.
few too many 20-minute bathroom breaks to finish his book. Oh no.
There's a particular understanding of hate, which I think the left fails to make this distinction, probably on purpose a lot of the time. You'll hear Christians sometimes say, hate the sin and love the sinner. What they mean by that is that people are what they do. People are their conscious choices, right? So we shouldn't hate people because they were born a particular ethnicity or gender or whatever, obviously, unless they're French. But what we should instead do is judge them by what they choose to do. Right? So people are their actions. And psychology is now catching up with religion. It's, there's no gay men on forms anymore. It's men who have sex with men. So psychology is kind of catching up with this idea that we are what we choose to do.
Okay.
We can hate what people do, the choices they make, and the evil that they perpetuate, without hating them as human beings, as children of God. And I think it's become more urgent than ever that we I think, rehabilitate hate. And I definitely have been encouraged to get that bloody project finished because I think it's more urgently needed than ever. We ought to be able to look at something abhorrent and say, I hate it. I hate it powerfully. I hate it passionately. I hate it with every fiber of my being, and I'll fight it, and I'll stop it, and I'll die for it. I'll die to get rid of it. The kind of lifestyle he leads, is the sort of thing that I think it's okay to hate. It's a conscious choice that hurts everyone, that leaves lives ruined, that well, you can see the results. That I think it's okay to hate, although I am commanded to love him as, a fellow man, as a Christian, which, I'm working on.
That brought me to the substance of what I wanted to ask you.
Oh, just on a real quick thing, because you didn't really answer that question. If you want to know when his next book is coming out, you should ask the guy that actually writes them.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God.
I have to believe Milo writes them. I'm a big fan, and they're all fabulous. Anyway.
I think, given that I write about 10,000 words a week on Telegram, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that I might throw a book together once every 2.5 years, which is roughly when I get around to doing them. But you tried.
And it's a great Telegram, almost better than Tucker. Okay, it is better than Tucker. But what I wanted to get to is with blasphemy.
Yeah.
Are blasphemy laws the proper way to have a First Amendment, but also keep it from corrupting itself?
Yes, I think you need a deterrent to remind people what it is that keeps everything held together. And I think if somebody goes out repeatedly, deliberately, blaspheming the name of our Lord, you should expect to have your tongue cut out, or worse, because that's the thing that keeps everything together. In just the way that Americans get very touchy when flags, graze the floor and stuff like that. It's a perfectly reasonable anxiety to have because the flag is a sort of, crap proxy for the things that really matter.
Flag wanker.
I think it's perfectly reasonable to have those things sacrosanct, and America does. It just picks stupid shit instead of the right things.
Thank you.
Hello. So Milo, you have identified yourself as an ex-gay, and you have also advocated for conversion therapy and making it to where it is more, I guess, acceptable to the media.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to get really agitated with this fucking volume thing. Because unless I'm just controlling this slider at all times, or I can just blast the volume master and control it like this and just bring it way down here and just ride it the whole time. I'm not happy. Okay.
Or presenting a more positive
I'm basically doing their
light
sound
of
tech.
conversion.
I don't much care if journalists like it or not. I just want to save souls, but go on.
Yeah. So I just wanted to know how you planned on making it to be seen as more positive in the media, just because a lot of studies have shown that conversion therapy is traumatic for...
No, they haven't. If you recall, even the most left-wing... that ridiculous... I mean, okay, the strongest argument you have is that Biden, the nuclear tranny, the one whose job was dealing with spent rods, ho-ho, who used to steal luggage from that.
Sorry. In case anyone didn't know in the chat, we disavow the use of such terms. We are a slur-free chat. Anyway.
Lovely, was it a Nairobi woman? What was she? A fashion designer. That tranny your first clue was he's wearing women's clothes.
Sorry, chat, just so you know, we disavow the use of such terms. We're a slur-free chat. Okay.
It's maybe not somebody you want around nuclear material. Your strongest argument is he went through conversion therapy, but of course on film he said it worked and he liked it. So the testimony is a bit unreliable in this area, and I think most of the reason for that is that it doesn't work all the time. And the majority of it doesn't work most of the time, actually. The best that most people can hope for is celibacy. And I think that disappointment is what drives a lot of the negative testimony afterwards. I think that it works in conversion therapy's favor that it's hated. If you find it ridiculous for me to say that, that it's a good thing that works, there isn't a person in this room who can honestly say, the press treated Donald Trump totally fairly in 2016. Even if you were on the other side, everybody now agrees, as sure as, they agree on the color of the sky.
Right.
Well, the first,
but
I'm getting there. The first time that
he might need another 20-minute bathroom break to perk himself up. Oh no.
Was given that treatment.
Oh, Milo.
The treatment that Trump's had was in the first episode of political correctness in the 1990s. So in the 1990s, there was a sort of brief flash of political correctness that was quite quickly put down by the counterculture. It came back with a vengeance later. We now live in it. But in that first brief flash of political correctness, that's when you had the old ladies with the big hair on TV saying that, Marilyn Manson causes massacres at school, which I find, just as ridiculous as people who say that video games cause school shooters. Just as
transness maybe causes school shooters.
Ridiculous as people who say that.
Thank you.
Well, I'm trying to. Not everything has a two-word answer.
But I think it does. All I just want to know is how you plan on.
Well, if you knew the answer, you wouldn't be asking me.
Well, yeah, but you
I think we're done.
keep
Thank
going
you.
in circles.
Damn. Blasted
Hi,
once again.
Destiny, I just want to say I'm a longtime viewer and fan.
Hey, what's up?
Nice to see you in person. As far as all the shit you give about your wife, threesomes are base, dog, so have your fun. Anyways,
Look at this anti-Vietnam War cuck Destiny follower. Of course, imagine not wanting to go to war in Vietnam, growing your hair, and being a Destiny viewer.
my question. So you guys seem to be
Asmongold.
implying that under Christian nationalism things would get better. Well,
Wait, I'm sorry.
yes, things get better. I assume that means like crime and things like that. How do you reconcile that with the fact that a lot of the prison population is very low atheist counts and dominantly Christian, and a lot of countries like Japan and over in Europe are less religious, and they seem to be more pleasant places to live. So if either of you guys have something to contribute on that, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I think that religion probably has a really complicated interaction with a person's life in a way that could either predispose you towards crime or could not predispose you, or predispose you against crime, or be a protective factor against crime. So, for instance, if you grew up in a religious family where religion is a centerpiece of the family, but it's also built out to where you've got a strong mother and father, or two parents in the household, you've got a good community of people that also worship. In these types of situations, I'm sure that religion probably functions as some kind of protective factor against committing crime and whatnot. But if you look at prison populations, where people go and they eventually convert, or a lot of people can be violent and still wear a rosary, which you're not supposed to do, or wear a chain or something that has a cross on it. I think sometimes you can scapegoat religion to do horrible things. I think that it's probably just depends on your engagement with your religion. I kind of view it as an instrument, a tool. You can either do good things through it, like the unbelievable amount of charitable givings and community involvement that churches have, or you can do horrible things with it, like people flying into buildings or going on mass shootings or what have you.
Did you say you're not supposed to wear rosaries?
Have
you never been to Italy?
No, but I was a Catholic
No,
for
you haven't.
16
Okay.
years, and wearing a rosary was
very
a
good.
big no-no. We got in big trouble in school when we did that. But
The answer to your question is race. The reason that there's no crime in Japan is it's entirely racially homogenous and wealthy.
Uh-oh.
That's the answer. The reason that there's a lot of crime in this country is that America messed up emancipation.
What races commit the crimes?
I think we know. But there's a reason for that. There's a reason. Well, let me get to it. You can clip the good thing. This. All right. This country messed up emancipation.
Oh my God. Why is, I would have thought this would be a really hostile audience towards Destiny, but holy shit. Oh no. Oh no.
What happened in the UK was that, and it feels gruesome to us now to speak in these terms.
Muslims.
But
Muslims.
property owners, sorry to say, were
okay.
compensated for their losses. To put it, in those terms, in a sense, emancipation in Europe was a kind of eminent domain, where even if people wanted to grumble about it, they couldn't really say too much because they had got the market value for their house so the railway could be built. In America, they dragged it on for generations. They didn't do that, and then through a combination of incompetence and malice, blacks and whites were set against each other in this country, with the result that there is now a permanently grievance-focused 13% of the population. I mean, maybe 1% of the black Americans don't hate everything and everyone, but the rest of them are predisposed toward antisocial behaviors because they were never welcomed into the pact. They were never properly welcomed into the American deal. They were never properly given a seat at the table, and they were never properly welcomed in, with the result that they immediately, after emancipation, because emancipation was messed up, started voting with their race. They never were welcomed into the American deal, into the pact. They never bought into the values, and they never participated in the process of being American citizens. So they
Is he kind of blaming that on Reconstruction then? Is he saying that Americans fucked up Reconstruction, and which is kind of true? Yeah, interesting.
Feel bound by the obligations that other Americans had towards one another, like jury trials should be based on the facts and not on whether he's black. So as a result of things that were done to them a very long time ago, Black America is now...
And continued through Jim Crow and Southern Strategy and like fucking, well, even today, like mandatory minimums. And, oh, okay, Milo, okay, almost there.
In a situation where there's sort of permanently petulant child constantly lashing out at a mixture of real and imagined grievances. And the answer to your question about crime is simply that. It's race. It's got nothing to do with religion.
Just an interesting addition to that. Two researchers, Whitehead and Perry, I didn't know the stat would come in handy, but Black Americans are actually the largest ethnic group in the United States to support some form of Christian nationalism, which I think is really funny after all that.
Yeah, and you know, there are reasons for that. I mean, you know, you've got people who look. It's mostly to do with where black people were and who was there too. So in the South, whether it's Georgia, which is traditionally English, or Tennessee, which is more Scots-Irish, you've got
that's me.
more enthusiastic and more Anglican and more religion that stuck more from basically the Anglosphere versus some of the Dutch places. You know, there's a very good book called American Nations, which kind of explains, by Colin Woodard, that sort of explains the different character of the various chunks of America. The main reason Black America it remains somewhat religious, although the church going doesn't necessarily translate into behavioral or social attitudes these days. Why not? Well, because they're heretics, because they go to churches that are completely and utterly bonkers, because they don't go to...
Yeah, he's not going to support like the fucking evangelical churches that black people go to, right? Like the Protestant churches. Because is it not the case? Wait, black Americans, African Americans tend to go to Protestant churches, right? So Milo's being like the Catholic thing, yeah. Not evangelical, is it? What do you call it? Like Methodists, AME, yeah. Like the very charismatic speakers and the singing and all that shit. I think in the UK it's a lot of Pentecostal churches, like where Nigerians go.
Preachers
Baptists.
Who tell them about God.
Thanks, guys.
They're Pentecostals or Crystal Methodists.
Hey, there you go.
Or some other kind of nonsense.
Crystal Methodists.
The reason that they're not behaving as Christians is because they're not really Christians. But the main reason that they are religious at all is just where they were and how they were when everything came to an end.
The funniest thing is I actually just made that up. I was seeing if he would actually try to talk his way through that, but I totally made that up. Thanks, Milo.
Thank you both.
Jesus Christ. Oh, God. That's a big debated. Oh, God, he got Alden studied. Destiny copying the Vosh tactics. Okay.
It doesn't surprise me for a very simple reason, which is that it was black voters who resisted the proposition in California about gay marriage. It's not a ridiculous thing. It's not a gotcha to say that blacks are socially conservative. You can make some of the same arguments.
What, to say that they would support Christian nationalism, though? Bro, have you seen Christian nationalists? They're the whitest fucks you've ever fucking seen. Catholic Christian nationalists. Milo bought the idea that they were going to come from... Okay.
Hispanics. Now, the kind of Catholicism they practice is, all mixed up with the hoodoo, voodoo, bruja nonsense. But it's not in any way a ridiculous thing to say, given that in California, of all places, it was black voters who stopped gay marriage passing. I mean, it's just not a particular.
Wait, did I believe it as well? I don't think I said anything because I wasn't sure, but maybe I did say something. Okay.
A peculiar thing to say. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
I'd have thought there'd be overlap between like Christian nationalists and the fucking Israelites, like the Kanye shit, but I mean that didn't last very long, so yeah.
In fact, one of the reasons that they have to work so hard to get black people into universities is that they don't teach anything that black people actually care about, and one of those is God.
What else do they not care about?
Property rights, bicycle chains, I don't know.
What happens when you die?
That's a good question.
It's a great question. I'd like an answer.
You might find out soon if this event carries on its current trajectory.
Well, one of us
I just
will,
want your
guess.
personal opinion.
I have no idea, to be honest. It's a thing I don't concern myself with. The way that I view it is that like we've got one life on this planet. We've got a bunch of people on this planet. There's going to be people that are come after us. I feel like it's good to kind of like put all your efforts into making this life as good as you can for yourself and the people around you. If you want to fixate on like an afterlife or wonder what comes after, I think that's fine. But don't make too many sacrifices for like a guaranteed life here for a hypothetical.
Because we fund public schools with property. Yeah, isn't the thing with America that property taxes is how public schools are funded? Meaning that, is that why if you're a poorer community, then the schools will be shit? Because they're paying less in property taxes. Is that the thing? Yeah. What a fucking ridiculous system. I don't even know what the system is where I'm from. I know there is inequality in schools, but Jesus Christ, that's such a stupid way to do it. Fuck it.
You know, after life tomorrow.
In all fairness,
I think we can all see the results.
Who you were when I came here, so just out of curiosity, are you an atheist?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
What is nothing?
That's a
What is
very
that?
challenging question.
A lot of people I have talked to about it say
This guy's got
nothingness
riz.
is black, right? But that's something, isn't it?
So the challenge of the question is actually in the words that you use to ask the question betray like how complicated a question is. So for instance, when you say, what is it like to experience nothingness? Or what is a thing? Like what is nothingness? Well,
Yeah, but it's not like anything to experience nothing. Yeah.
the question presupposes a subject that can observe the nothingness. When you ask what is something, you're saying what is it like to observe something, or what is it like for somebody to observe something. But obviously if there's nothing, there's not an observer there to observe it. So the question is a bit meaningless. I can't answer what it's like for somebody not to exist and then for that non-existent person's subjective experience of nothingness to be. Like there's no way for me to like meaningfully answer the question.
There's no way for any of us to answer that.
I've been
question,
retired too
but
long to
the
understand
answer
that.
has
But
been delivered to us a
don't
long time ago.
don't people?
I'm sorry, he went like 3 seconds without talking, so when you finish.
Don't people equate nothingness and black because of darkness and you can't see things at night? It's pretty simple, isn't it?
It's who? What?
Sorry.
Okay. Anyways.
He phrased that in the dumbest fucking way. Yeah, black is just when there's no light. Someone in chat said it, yeah.
It's the same reason that up and down have the associations they do with good and evil, because things grow up and die down. It's pretty simple, right?
Destiny,
go ahead.
both of you guys have been calling each other terrible names and like being real rude to each
called
other
him
all
names.
day.
It's
To be
It's
clear,
his
only in
behavior
retaliation to
I
him.
don't
I came
like.
here to play nice tonight. I didn't know he was going to be such a degenerate.
No,
well, I know he's a degenerate,
you
but not in these
didn't.
ways.
No, you didn't.
I just want
I
both of
didn't
you
call
to
him any
know.
names. It's his behavior I don't like. It's
Well,
the
yeah,
way
yeah.
that he
I'm
passes
sorry, go
his
ahead.
wife
It's the last
around.
time I'm sharing a stage with this clown. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine.
Well,
I guess that
No more,
land-
no more charitable donations to this guy. We can leave that to the 5,000 view ministry stuff he does on YouTube now.
All right,
What were you
okay.
saying?
every one of us is a sinner, and you can
True.
be saved.
Oh,
the
thank
Lord
you.
gave His only Son that each one of us can be saved. That's
Thank
all
you,
I have
sir.
to say.
And it's precisely that. Although I intensely and feverishly despise your life choices, that's precisely the difference between us. Because I will go home and pray for you, and you will go home and bitch about me on the internet, and that's exactly the difference
You
between
were
us.
literally complaining about me in the
Exactly the
bathroom
difference between
30
us.
minutes ago, Milo. We can see your Telegram. It's public. You know that, right?
What are you talking about? I just separated the des from the tiny. The des. That's all I did. Was I complaining from the bathroom?
Milo, if Christianity is what's going to save us from these mass shootings, since, you said that we've turned away from Christianity and that's why the bad things in the news are happening, why do we have so many Christian mass shooters?
Oh.
Who are the Christian mass shooters? Who? Name one.
The University of Texas shooting, it was a Catholic.
Okay, so...
We didn't think you'd actually have an example.
I have a list.
Neither did I, because the two problems with this, okay? we live in a Christian country and in a Christian tradition, so everybody kind of like casually calls themselves something, regardless of how committed they
This is
were.
the whole self-fulfilling. Then no Christian would ever do a mass shooting, and if they do, they're not a real Christian. Okay.
I think I heard
Great.
somebody say,
Wow.
"Where did he go to mass?"
Huge,
I think what he was getting
incredible IQ. Okay.
at was this somebody who goes and listens to the gospel in church every Sunday? Pretty sure it wasn't. Everybody kind of like loosely calls themselves Christians in Christian countries, at least until very recently. But aren't there more obvious common denominators between all these shooters than religion? For instance,
They're white and they're male. Okay,
antidepressant drugs. For instance, ready access to firearms. For instance, maybe even you might say their race and their gender. There's stuff that's like much more of them have in common. Way before you get to Christianity, no? Like 7 things they have in common, more than they have Christianity in common, don't you think?
The demographics follow the demographics of the United States. So I don't think
So,
there's a common denominator.
so what?
I don't think there's a common denominator between race, gender, whatever.
No, I say the demographics have nothing to do with whether someone's on prescription drugs or not.
What? How many mass shooters were on prescription drugs?
Literally all of them.
No.
Aside from, yeah. I mean,
No.
you can't name one that wasn't on something. I mean, I don't have the list with me. I can certainly pull it up if you want. Every mass shooter has been on something.
That is false.
Dylan-
Also, I think
Dylan
it's
Roof was
disgusting
on
that
it.
you came here to our state talking about our children that died in a mass shooting as a political point. That is absolutely vile.
I
of you.
live here. I live here, and I go to church here. Excuse
Okay.
me, ma'am. So pipe down, because I, as a resident of, as I have just as much.
Hey, I think you need to pipe.
Excuse me, I have just as
Pipe down.
As somebody who lives here, I have just as much standing
Jesus.
as you do to talk about the dangers in churches and schools, because I go to church every Sunday. Do you? Because if you don't, I'm at more risk than you are.
No, you aren't.
No, you aren't. What
You are not.
Why am I not at more risk than you are?
God damn it, mocking her voice.
Can I have an argument instead of petulance? No, I can't. You're leaving.
Petulance.
Okay, very good.
Where was the petulance?
Oh, that was indicated by my sarcastic imitation. No, you aren't. That's
I'm
petulance.
talking.
Then
Uh-oh.
please, where do you go to church, Mom?
I don't go to church.
No, you don't. So if the shootings have happened like quite a lot in churches and synagogues lately, right? Whether it's a right winger, a left winger, they're black, they're white, whether they're targeting Christians, they're
Pretty
targeting.
sure a woman is more likely to get murdered than a man, though, right? Come on. Wait, is she? That might not be true. Sorry. Is that true? Are women more likely to get murdered than men? I think that might not be the case. Male violence mostly against men. Doesn't matter. Fucking. She needs the soaked on left graph with the. She needs the soaked on left graph with the trans thing, because he tried to say that the trans thing was causing shootings, which is probably where you would bring up the fact that cis people are 4 times more likely to do mass shootings than trans people. Like, trans people were we looked at the stats for that. They were so underrepresented when it came to mass shootings. Anyway, this is a good freeze. Yeah, that's him, all right. The petulance, by the way, was a woman was arguing with him. That was the petulance. Anyway.
Jews seems to happen quite a lot in places of
Jews.
religious worship lately. Do you go to synagogue or temple?
No, but
Do
it
you go to
also-
a mosque?
Do you go to school?
Do you
because
go
it
to-
happens at schools a lot.
Yeah, I'm in one now, but you evidently didn't go here.
I
Wait, are
grew
we in a
up in
school or are we
Tennessee.
in a convention center right now?
Thank you.
I thought we were at a
The
university.
answer to your question is go to Wikipedia.
Did they
look
not
up
let
no
us on
true
the university?
Scotsman, okay? All the Christian shooters that were mass shooters weren't real Christians, okay? Apparently that's the answer.
Well, I think if you look at the manifestos, you can see what motivates them, and in many cases, it is racially motivated. There's no point denying it. But I don't recall anybody drawing on early church fathers to justify their massacre of children. Not
Would
for
you
a
say,
whi-
would
not
you
for a
say
while
that there is
anyway.
an ethnic bend to Christian nationalism?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so then,
And I think
so then
it's-
who's to say that a mass shooter that cites ethnicity for an inspiring factor for why there's a mass shooter, like why would you not say that Christian nationalism might play a role into that?
I think it's a pity that there does seem to be a sort of racial inflection to Christian nationalism. It's not a dimension of it that I share or care too much about.
Really? So he'd be okay with, it's the whole question, would he be okay with like millions of Mexicans coming in because they're Catholic? Okay.
In my previous life, obviously, I
loved and married and settled down with somebody who is not of my own race. And if the people that you choose to hang out with when you don't have to don't establish your racial attitudes, I don't know what would to anyone's satisfaction. So I don't know. I don't love the fact that most of these Christian nationalists seem to be young white guys. But by the same token, I've seen black conservatives, and I think we'll stick with what we have for now. Certainly, I do think it's a responsibility of older and better educated Christians and these guys, confessor priests, to remind them that there's no skin color. I'm just curious, for you personally, if you could choose between 10 million Mexican Catholics coming into this country or 10 million atheist Norwegians. Well, I'm very racist against Spanish people, so you put me in a bit of a bind. I like blacks, I like whites, I like Asians. I don't love Spaniards, so you put me in a bit of a bind. But I would have to come down on the side of Christians no matter where they're from.
Well, that's good, okay. What about Congolese Catholics? Aren't a lot of people from Congo Catholic? 35 million. About half the population.
Oh, okay. I was having fun. This is a question for Mr. Atentacupo. I was raised Catholic.
I don't know what that is. You're going to have to explain your Bob. I'm sorry.
No, though I don't really know how to pronounce your last name. I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with Greek. My question is, I was raised Roman Catholic. I attended both Latin masses and English language masses up until my sophomore year of college, which was very recently. I have also been a homosexual my entire life. I've been attracted to men. I have had exclusively sex with men. All of my relationships have been with men. And I'm very aware of the fact that these homosexual relationships are a sin according to Catholic doctrine. And I'm wondering if you have practical advice for overcoming these things. I'm not interested in whether or not they're sinful.
I mean, are you sincerely...
I'm completely sincere. I mean...
Because I will have a real conversation with you. It's just that there's been a particular tone this evening, so...
I have been very ironic with you and sarcastic, but this is a completely sincere question.
You can understand why I'm asking.
I totally understand. I mean, we could talk in the bathroom if you'd like, but...
Oh, no. This chatter is popping off. Holy shit. Oh, wow. What a monster.
Definitely
I'm interested in actual practical applications. I'm not interested in whether or not
quite a short refractory index from mocking someone to saying you want to have sex with them. All right, look, what the church teaches is not that homosexuality in large part is a cluster of symptoms to early childhood trauma. Whether that trauma is having no male role model to look up to, whether it's the failure to form platonic attachments with male authority figures, there's a bunch of things that can happen, or sexual assault. You're not responsible for what happens to you, but you are responsible for what you do afterwards and what you do with that. And
but I'm looking for practical advice, day-to-day things.
Sure. Well, then you should. The easiest. The first
Stop
thing,
fucking men. Isn't that like the only thing you can say? I mean, what else can you do?
Easier said than done.
Uh-oh.
As my damp pillows will attest. I think that the first thing. Look,
oh, Milo.
I'm going to assume that you're being serious, and I'm not going to give you any sort of flippant, frivolous kind of day-to-day whatever. I practiced mortification when I was getting myself out of that. I used hot oil because it's extremely annoying and lasts a really long time, and it kind of like kills any sort of sexual appetite. But
the first step before any of that is to figure out why you ended up like this in the first place. Because you weren't born this way, that's sort of 1980s propaganda. There's no gay gene, they would have found it by now. We have mapped the genome, it's not there. Something was done to you, or something was not provided for you. And one or both of those things happened, which produced these feelings. And if you want to get right with God, the first step is to find out what it was, because you might not know and you might not remember. The best place to go for that.
I love how he said that the conversion therapy thing was like, it's all good, you know. But then he's talking about profound discomfort from hot oil. I'm like, okay, you sure that you're not kind of just doing a little bit of torture there? Maybe a little bit?
Is a therapist who was trained by any of the sort of descendants of the Joseph Nicolosi school. So Joe Nicolosi is kind of like the sort of godfather of, they call it reparative therapy now. And his son is still active and they still train therapists. And within quite a short space of time, they will help you to find an answer. And there are a variety of therapies that look to the observer extremely funny, that nonetheless do work. And I'll let you discover what some of those are for yourself. But there's a path out if you want it. Almost everybody can reach celibacy if they are sincerely committed to it. And the numbers vary from like 10 to 20% people who successfully manage to enter into a relationship with a woman, have an active sexual life, and have children. Somewhere between 1 in 10 and 1 in 5
I'm
gay,
sorry,
gay
is
people are able to do that.
celibacy the best case scenario for a homosexual?
For a lot of people, yeah.
What if you like fucking men?
Thank you, Vosh.
What did he say?
Hey, Destiny, so you had a great
Did
talk.
he call him Vosh? Oh, no.
A lot of people, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vosh.
Okay.
Again,
Oh, God. He's got the mustache as well. Jesus.
Hey, Destiny, so you had a great talk with the Muslim extremist Quarantos about how his great audio quality and good takes about how Muslim nations are greater than Christian nations. I want to ask Milo
Hey,
how you would
Quarantos.
implement Christianity when they are barely holding on to their legitimacy, when Islam is gaining traction and while Christianity is taking D-list celebrities that take cock, well, at least of 20 years ago, or 20 minutes ago.
Okay, I'll ignore the last bit. Catholicism and Islam are both growing, and the reason for that seems to be that people correctly intuit that if a belief system or a club, a society, a way of life kind of demands nothing of you, then it's probably not worth very much. So people are very, it's one of the reasons that Protestants are so kind of ideologically promiscuous. You know, church hopping happens when all you have to do is just show up, listen to a preacher for 45 minutes, you know, listen to some nice music and go home. People don't get very much out of it because there's not really much to get out of it. Islam and Catholicism are quite demanding, and they ask a lot of their followers. In the world we live in today, it's no surprise that they're both growing. You say implement like it's, you know, the death penalty or something. What I would suggest is that America rediscovers its founding principles, which are not untrammeled freedom. Freedom of religion in America was designed to avoid Protestant wars. It wasn't so Muslims could take public office. And that should be reversed, and it should be against the law. If you live in America and you're a servant of the people in America, you should be a church.
Even if we're going to the ahistoric, oh, God. It's fine. It's fine.
And Christian. It ought to be a rule. But something happened in
the VDS and box chat. It's not VDS, you idiot. It's the fact that we're a mixed church. I keep saying this. We're a broad church in the Loner Box chat, okay? And by broad church, I mean we have Destiny fans and Vosh fans, and they kind of don't get on all the time. For example, let's do the thing. The obligatory fucking vibe check in chat. 1's in chat if you're a DGGer, 2's if you're from Vosh community. That's how we know. 3 if the other. Look at him go! Lots of Dustin fans today. It's still pretty mixed. It's still pretty mixed. 3 Chud Nation. Okay. No loner box chatters, eh? Cringe. 4 if you're a Mr. Girl fan. Yeah. Okay.
1776 that I don't think was necessary.
I don't know why I need to pull you guys if you're a fan of me. Why the fuck are you here? 5 Carantos. Why would I ask my chat if you guys like me? What the fuck? Hate watchers. I mean, hate watchers are also fans. They don't understand, okay? Hate watchers are also fans. I see them clipping me. I see them posting shit in other Discords. They're fans, okay? They're here all the fucking time. Some of them come every day just to get mad. They're fans, okay? Just because they can't admit it to themselves, it's fine. They're fans. Anyway, I don't know. 5s in chat if you're a Lonerbox fan. Why not? Okay. Look, let's get some insight into the community. Who knows what's gonna happen? I could never. Look at that. Look at them go. Wow. There's so many of them. They're everywhere.
Probably a mistake when that ugly sedition occurred. Instead of just throwing out the king, America threw out religion as well, dissociating it from the state, guaranteeing freedom of religion, which is intended just between Protestant denominations, but of course would always blossom out. And then it sort of enshrined the...
I prefer Brittany Venti's video essays. True. Brittany Venti's video essay from yesterday was actually a banger. It was better than like the last 7 BreadTube video essays I've seen recently. It was so good. It was researched. It was well segmented. It was straight to the point. It was point evidence evaluation again. It had some funny moments. Yeah, the Pearly Things one. Yeah. It's not an endorsement of Brittany Venti, okay? I don't know what the fuck she believes, but that video was good. The self-contained project. It was a good length. It wasn't boring. It was pathos. It was logos. Seriously? Did you not see it? Yeah, Brittany Venti came out of nowhere with a steel chair on the on Just Pearly Things with that video essay. And people were scared that I was gonna fucking people were scared that my community was gonna forget that she was racist, go and subscribe to her channel and become a fan. Based. Michelle, thanks for the £5. Not a fan, I just like spending a little bit of money. Yeah. True.
The right to...
Who said that? A chatter said that.
Commit various infractions against
I'll put the VOD up. Fuck it, yeah.
Commandment, including the First
I'll put
Amendment.
it on YouTube.
I think if you want to sort of reinstitute things, all you really need to do is to return to an understanding that none of this stuff works without Christianity. And one of the ways to communicate that would probably be to reestablish maybe Presbyterianism or Episcopalianism, probably the Episcopal Church, I would guess, since that's the one that most of the presidents seem to go for. It's the church Tucker goes to. It's the National Cathedral in Washington. Most of the elites in the country are pretty happy with Episcopalianism. You get back home to the real religion eventually, but let's start with that. It seems to me that should be quite quickly reestablished so that all public bodies operate not only in the name of America, but in the name of God. And then if you want to be elected to any kind of public office, you have to be Christian.
Well, how would they implement that? Or you don't like the word implement because it sounds like you're forcing them, but it seems like average Americans don't even care about their Christianity and don't even relate their morals to how
Uh-oh.
good their lives are?
Well, people know if you're a Christian. I mean, they know if you show up to church. It's a sort of only when you take God out do you need like social credit scores, because no one's really like paying any attention to each other. So you have to kind of have this like weird Orwellian technological horror show where technology tries to piece together information about a person to figure out if they're okay or not. Everybody in your parish knows if you go to church or not. If you run for public office and you don't go to church, you're not eligible. And then the onus, falls to you to prove that you are what you purport to be. That doesn't seem to me to be a problem.
He's really
Anyone who
drawing
goes
out his
to
answers,
the regular
isn't he?
local parish will know that. If you're a Christian, people
I
know.
always thought like the one consistency of Milo Yiannopoulos was always people paying attention to him. I felt like everything he did was to get people to pay attention to him. So being a very flamboyant, opulent, gay Trump supporter was like, that was a niche, wasn't it? The anti-feminist, patronizingly going, well, darling, to women and all that shit. But I think ever since then, he just hasn't known what to go for. It's really weird. Like, if that's your like one thing, it's all these people who are like, I'm not going to name names about other people because I don't know if it's necessarily true, but people who just have like a gimmick, right? Like if you just have a gimmick, like a novel gimmick, being the flamboyant gay Trump supporter, it never lasts. Because if that's the essence of who you are and you don't actually have any content, yeah, you can spend like 6 months being like, wow, the gay, opulent, flamboyant Trump supporter, wow. But then it's like 6 months later, oh, that Milo guy, yeah, he's a gay, opulent, flamboyant Trump supporter. Wow. Yeah.
People know when you go to church, and it's a gentler and more sophisticated, and I think more normal form of kind of social currency and social capital than the the horrific Chinese version.
Well, that sounds almost as feasible as communism, so I appreciate you and good luck with your future endeavors.
Oh no.
All right, boys. I'm going to try to ask 2 pointed questions to try to get some dubs for y'all.
Jesus.
So, Milo, at some point you mentioned Dutch paintings. It immediately made me think of the Calvinists around the time period that you're kind of advocating to go back for. And their biggest thing that they advocated for was they were very business-oriented, but their simplicity and modesty were the values that they valued the most. How would you kind of reconcile in a transition to a society that has a Christian nationalist government the American values of excess and stuff like that, to the modesty Christian value that's
I
really
get what you're
important?
going. I don't think those were the American values until very recently. I mean, for the first 250 years of this...
There's nothing more intimidating than someone who understands and is familiar with the history of Dutch paintings. Bro, Jesus, that would scare
country,
me.
precisely that kind of modesty obtained.
That's
Look at
some
the
niche
1950s.
knowledge.
You've got there's an ethos of humility, of service, of family orientation. Right? America is kind of a Calvinist country. I mean, you go to Catholic churches; they don't feel like Catholic churches in Europe. They don't feel like it's certainly not like Italy. But it's nothing like France. It's nothing like the UK. America, wherever you go, it is kind of Calvinist. There's a sort of over-earnestness. There's a sort of flavor of slight humorlessness sometimes. Sort of taking everything very, very deeply seriously and being incredibly wounded by it, and taking everything just like everything is the apocalypse. And it's a very Calvinist kind of flavor to things, and it's why? Because so many areas in America that now hold the reins of prestige culture are Dutch. That's
God,
why. Because they come
the
from
volume
precisely
is
the
so
place you're
annoying.
saying.
Oh my
So,
God.
I don't think that American values were ever really of excess. I think that's something that has emerged. It's something that's been thrust on Black America as well. These sort of very degenerate, self-destructive social attitudes that pop up in the music and the culture, all the rest of it. I don't think there's anything particularly American about that. America's basically British, and with that dash of Calvinism from the Dutch up top, that's basically been
It's
a sort of
not,
central
but that's
conflict of America. And the soul of America, even after the Civil War, kind of remained basically, vaguely, mostly Anglophone, mostly Anglo. although Americans don't like to think of it like that. But that Calvinist attitude, which also, by the way, gives rise to Puritanism and purity tests and cancel culture, is the thing that obtains in the Dutch areas, the Yankeedom, New York. None of this has anything really to do with excess. Excess is a modern phenomenon that's driven by runaway capitalism and...
this is just stream of consciousness. I have no... What the... Okay.
By a small group of people highly motivated to wreck the place.
Thanks, Mel. I appreciate that. This one's for Stephen over here. So in your talk today, you mentioned sort of like America's need a return to spirituality that can kind of lift people up from addictions to their phones, stuff like that, that can kind of, not a religious center to keep people on a moral level, but it almost sounds like you're arguing for like a re-faith in the American process. I know that you're big on canvassing. I drove some minions to your canvassing in Georgia. What would be your answer to like first steps to try to regain people's political faith and stop the fracturing too much?
Yeah, I think one of the huge things that we have right now is political fracturing, and I think the political fracturing has made it impossible for anybody to be proud of the country because like even things that we do that I think are amazing, like become hardcore politicized. So this is a risky one in Tennessee. I don't know how much the audience is mine, but like I would consider, for instance, like the development of the mRNA vaccines. I think that that is like a championing of the American project. That was capitalism at its best, with Trump doing the warp speed thing to use the government to incentivize like a company that was working with other companies all over the world to engineer and create a vaccine in like less than 1 year for a novel virus. That's something that I would hope that like every American would be like, that's really cool that we did that we were able to do it that fast, you know? I know Trump wants to take credit for it. And I think
it's so sad that Trump is trying to take credit for it, but his fans won't let him do it. That's really funny. Yeah.
Should get some credit for it because I think the warp speed was a good idea. You know, he guaranteed money for those companies to take the risk.
It's like the only good thing he did, kind of. I mean, even though he did fuck up with trying to rush it and shit like that, but like the warp speed thing. Also, what was it? The injecting fucking disinfectant. But like, yeah, the idea of the way that they pushed that out so fast and so effectively is actually like really incredible. But Trump can't take credit for it because his audience won't let him.
Those vaccines. But because we're so hardcore politicized, we can't take credit for that. It becomes a political issue where, you know, even the political party that existed under Trump now hates the vaccine, and then liberals have their thing with the vaccine. It feels like every single, the intervention that we did with Ukraine, I think was really amazing. I think the fact that Ukraine was a country that looked like it had no opportunity whatsoever to stand up to Russia, and with NATO intelligence, with U.S. leadership in NATO, I think we've done something amazing there, but we've helped them largely on their own. I mean, it's not U.S. lives that are being lost, you know, not to take any credit from Ukraine. That's something that I think is really amazing that America's done. Even things like Bush's programs to fight AIDS in Africa, or Bill Gates, you know, funding for malaria in Africa. All of these things, I think, are really amazing projects that America's done, that all of us, irrespective of our political differences, should be able to look at and go, oh, that's really cool. I'm American. America did that, and I feel really proud of it. But nobody does, because instead these are like all political pawns to use in our little arguments on Twitter and stuff for us. So to return to your question, I don't like anybody that says a return to anything because it feels a bit fantastical. I don't know of any society that's ever like said, okay, well, we're going to undo the last 50 years of progress and go back to this thing. I don't think it really works that way, especially with how much technology has changed everything. So we need to be forward-looking, not looking into the past. And I think that forward-looking thing, it has to be with less division, because the more divided we are, the more impossible it is for us to kind of all collectively like work and vie towards one particular thing, which in my hope would be like the American project, you know, however differently we all view it.
I just have a quick follow-up question to that. So
Yeah, go
a
for
lot
it.
of the wins that you mentioned were not specifically American government wins. Like a lot of those are private companies, like the mRNA vaccines. Like, yeah, it's a great marvel of science, but a lot of that were, you know, they got funded, but it was private companies that did that. It wasn't the American government that made it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but those companies existed in America for a reason. And a lot of the public research that had already been done on like the mRNA process, that stuff spans back to, I think, like the 80s, where people were starting to do that. So we do a lot of public funding for general research. And then we had private American companies. But you're right, it wasn't just the American government. But I mean, I'm an American.
Guys, I've got like, I'm sorry, I'm just not used to this. I've got like 620 viewers. What the fuck? Like, wait, it's been over 600 for ages. That's amazing. Huh. Maybe YouTube's where it's at. Wow. Cool. Anyway, sorry.
Fuck, as Americans, we hate the government, right? I know in Tennessee you guys hate the government, right? Yeah, I'm not saying that like the American government has to do it. I'm saying America as a country has to do it. And sometimes that can be our biggest companies. But, like I said before, like it feels like now everybody fucking hates our biggest company. Nobody likes Facebook. Nobody likes ExxonMobil. Nobody likes fucking any huge American company. We all like shit on our companies. And those are like some of the largest things we built as Americans. And it's like, well, fuck. Like, yeah, I don't know. It just feels like we're in an area where, I'd be super curious. I did this with Adam Sosnick when I was on his podcast last.
If you streamed on Kick, you'd have 2. True. Kick. Should I stream on Kick? What the fuck would I do? How much porn? Apparently, isn't it the case that the people at Kick didn't actually want people to be watching porn? They were just kind of doing it anyway. People weren't actually expecting it, but whatever. Would you collab with Mooncat? When people talk about collabs, I don't know what the fuck they mean. Do they just mean talk for an hour about stuff we agree on and be like, I like when you do music. Yeah, I like when you do music too. Yeah, I like some of your videos. I like the editing. Yeah, you know what? I like the editing. Remember that thing that you said about red pillars and how they're fucking wrong about the thing? Yeah, I agree. The red pillars are wrong, but I don't know what you mean by collab. Oh, make music together. Yeah, potentially. Like the collab you did with Beast Process and your... listen, guys, I have like... I'll do collabs with people who ask me to, right? Like, that's cool. But I'm not going to fucking... I don't like making the first move with that shit. Because I don't really know. I never have an idea. And I think, this would be good if I did it with Noah Samson or Dylan or what... Actually, me and Dylan were maybe going to do a collab. Maybe. But usually I don't think about that stuff. Yeah.
Like when you ask people, like, what are you proud to be an American for? That's a really difficult question to ask a lot of people. I think when I ask my parents, like, I'll get things like, like winning the Cold War or stuff.
Trainwrecks never thought people would take advantage of him this badly. He was talking to Destiny recently about how disappointed he was with people doing insane stuff on Kick. Yeah, that's the problem. It's the paradox. It's the there's an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where they have a freedom bar. And it's going to be the ultimate freedom bar. There's no rules. And then a bunch of spring breakers come in. Girls take their tops off. It's all fun. People are drinking lots and taking drugs or whatever. But as soon as people get whiff that it's a freedom bar, the inbreeders come in. The incestuous family comes in. Danny DeVito's character runs a fucking illegal gambling Asian fucking triad ring. They have cockfights or whatever, and then they're like, "Oh wait, we might need to have a rule against incestuous relationships." Well, you're destroying the purpose of the Freedom Bar. And then the Spring Breakers, who were part of the Freedom Bar, don't want to be there anymore. So that's the paradox of freedom. Yeah, based. It's such a smart episode. It's so clever. But unfortunately, Trainwrecks didn't watch it. So then you have, and the result is Kick.
Stuff from like decades and decades ago, and I was like, okay, well, in the past, like, I should be able to say in the past 5 years, really, but like at least in the past like 10 or 20 years, like, what? Well, are you proud to be an American? People on the left will complain about colonialism and white supremacy, and people on the right, well, now all they complain about is trans people, but like it just feels like we have nothing that we can kind of all say like, okay, yeah, it sucks that we fought, but like in '69 we went to the moon. Like we don't have our moon launching now. Oh, I guess aside from the vaccines, I'll give one more example so I'm not too partisan. Elon Musk. I hate that guy, okay? I really do. But Tesla's really fucking cool.
Yeah, fucking brick-faced piece of shit. Okay, sorry.
And so are the rockets. SpaceX is really cool. Having the rocket come back to the planet is a really fucking cool thing. When we first saw that, I don't know how many people watched that first stream. That was like the coolest fucking thing ever. And this was after we were shipping our astronauts over, I think, to China or Russia to fly on their fucking shuttles to get up to the International Space Station. But that's something like you can't be proud of, because now if I say like, I don't like Elon Musk, but like SpaceX and Tesla are pretty fucking cool. That's like a political talking point now. It's like, wait, you support the white supremacist guy that wants to, bring people like Milo and me back to Twitter? Like,
Box, you should collab with China or Russia. Okay. Sort of. I feel like Owen Jones tried to do this with the UK, Owen Jones, and I really admire him for doing this, was going on to people like Piers Morgan or Daily Politics and trying to talk about how to revive British nationalism, but from a left-wing perspective. So instead of simping for, I don't know, the British Empire or whatever the fuck, is actually thinking about, well, the labor movement, or like the NHS, things that we can, or the fact that we were the refuge of people who were censored, like Karl Marx and fucking like all these things that were really actually that Britain actually stood out for in a lot of ways, even in the 60s with the welfare state, and how at one point Britain was like one of the most equal societies in the world, and all these achievements that we've had in the UK that it can actually be celebrated from a left-wing perspective. And I thought that was a really good thing to go for, because I'm sorry, but if you think the whole like loving your country thing in politics is going anywhere, like you're lost. You haven't spoken to enough people who don't agree with you. Like, it's very strong. And as soon as someone thinks that you hate your own country in politics, like, you've lost 50% of the population. It's still a pretty big thing. Or even with multiculturalism. Like, multiculturalism in Britain has had its problems, right? But if you compare it to what happens with multiculturalism in places like fucking France, like if you compare London to Paris, where you have a concentric circle system, and as soon as you step foot into the outer circle, like, you're gonna get eyed up by a fucking gang and you might die and shit. Or if you even go into the Paris metro, if you make eye contact with someone for too long, they might kill you. Like, comparing that to the way that Paris just completely fucked it by segregating so hard with those inner and outer circles, to the point where there are areas where even the police like fucking hesitate to go into. Comparing that to London, where it's all like very intertwined, and you can there are like very, very vibrant Middle Eastern or South Asian communities. Yeah, like there are things to celebrate about the UK from a left-wing perspective. Like, and nationalism should play a part in that. Which is why when you ask, actually, if you ask any ethnic minority in London what they think of the UK, like what the UK means to them, they'll say multiculturalism. It's something they celebrate. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Just the political division makes it impossible for us to have like this shared idea of what it means to be American and what we should be proud of. And I think we need to work on getting that back.
I think people like stuff that's good and they don't like stuff that's bad. People don't uniformly hate the government, even here. I mean, people know that there are militarized police forces that are a bit sinister. They also know that the local sheriff, if you get pulled over by the sheriff, you're probably okay because they're mostly reasonable people.
Well, don't tell Thought Slime about the American economy. Because that's all gonna go, What is the job at the peep shows? The meme about peep shows? The jizz moppers. Some people just like jizz mopping, Yeah, clerks, yeah. The cum cleaners. The whole joke is that when you go to a fucking peep show, it's like, the idea is you go into this like fucking booth and there are people on the other side of a pane of glass and they like do a show for you, and people usually just like wank and jizz on the wall, and then you wonder like who's the who are the jizz moppers? Like, and Thoughts line with this whole thing of people will just make the things that are needed because people like making Nintendos or whatever the fuck. I wonder, yeah. Some people just like jizz mopping. It makes them happy,
They're able to distinguish between the government doing its job really well, which doesn't happen very often anymore, and the government doing its job really badly, which happens almost everywhere. And the success of private enterprise in this country is because the government failed. It's not a sign of success, it's a sign of failure. The success of SpaceX tells us only that NASA is more interested in giving Muslims self-esteem about scientific achievements in the Muslim world, where they still think that nuclear reactors are powered by genies and fairies. That's what NASA spent its time doing under Obama. No shit, you can't get to the moon anymore. So taking the shackles off private corporations so they can rape and ruin us all is, of course, going to produce some interesting and impressive economic phenomena. But more often than that, it's going to produce horrors. The vaccine is a horror. This sort of thing. I mean, it's. I don't know how to respond to somebody who thinks that the vaccine is a good idea. My communist friends no longer think that it was a good idea.
I mean, you could try with evidence. I know that it's painful for you, but...
The evidence of what? The fact that the most vaccinated countries in the world, the ones where everyone's dropping dead, the fact that it was never a problem in the first place, the fact that we should only ever have asked the old people to maybe stay in for a few months. I mean, you talk about Orwellian tyrannical horror. You have nothing to fear from Christians, but you have a lot to fear from people who want to lock you, screw you into your houses, and force medicine into you until you can, and then tell you can't go back to work otherwise. That's not private enterprise. That's a drug cartel.
Ooh.
And that's what America has, because America hasn't really had properly functioning capitalism for quite some time. It's got nepotism. It's got all kinds of deeply...
Pinocchio's nose. Thanks for joining the stock box holder. Thanks for becoming a stock box holder. I need to change the name of how that works. Welcome to stock box holder. No, I like it. I think it's cool. Yeah. Anyone can be a stock box holder. Anyone can join the stock box holder, apparently. Yeah, that's a thing. Oh, there's another ring. Why not?
Corrupt late stage sort of intertwining of government and business. And all of that is a sign of the failure of government.
Also, actually, if I get enough members, I can add more emotes. I think I have 4 emotes now for the stock box holders. But we can get more. This is what we have so far. But we can get more, guys. I might even BG remove that Biden one so it doesn't look so shit. Who knows?
Not the success of America.
Hey, Milo. If Christian nationalism were to succeed, God willing, what measures would need to be taken to make sure it wasn't subverted? You mentioned that in order to run for public office, you need to be Christian, but like what policies specifically would need to be taken in order to make sure Christian nationalism wasn't subverted in America?
That's a good question.
I mean, you can't know another man's heart, so you can never know if somebody is...
Hey, Stephen Burglar with a membership. Thank you very much. Welcome to Stockbox Holder. I'm going to say it until I think of a better name. Okay.
All that they claim publicly to be. But when we elect politicians, it kind of doesn't matter.
Will I get banned from YouTube if I do Box Bulla? Like Hezbollah, but Box Bulla? Is that legal? Stockbox Holdings. That's actually a good name. Thanks, Michelle. Really appreciate that. You deserve the pink name.
That's really a matter for their consciences and for God, because if somebody looks like a Christian, acts like a Christian, goes to church and says Christian things on TV, passes Christian laws, invites Christians to the White House when they get elected. I mean, Trump, I'm under no illusions about Trump being some kind of religious leader. Give me a break. This is not somebody who can lead a kind of authentic religious revival in politics. No. But he was very good to Christians, first president to show up for the March for Life, first president to invite the number of evangelical preachers that he just was, and so on and so forth. I think that's good enough. That's fine. So as long as somebody is, doing all the stuff they're supposed to be doing, what they do in their private life, if they're elected officials, as long as they are not letting those values spread into the way they govern, we can afford, at least at first, to be relatively lenient about. Later, who knows? But no, I mean, if
Come
somebody,
on,
like I say,
bro.
if somebody acts and governs and passes laws like a Christian, I think people will know if they're Christian.
Right. No, I was asking about like what those actual policies would be after those Christians were elected, like to make sure that it wasn't subverted in the future.
Well, I see. Well, so it works relatively well in Europe when you have an established church, right? So the head of state is also the head of, whatever heretical sect of Christianity.
It's just like there's nothing to offer. That's the whole thing, isn't it? With the Christian nationalist thing, it's like what policies, what are you going to put in place to, first of all, make a Christian nationalist nation, and then second, why will that be good for people? There's just nothing.
You're under, but no, I mean, so America kind of spiraled out of control in about 300 years, but most of these European countries were stable for 1,000, 2,000. It worked pretty well when you have an established church, so that government does things in the name of the monarch and in the name of God, right? So I know that this is a sort of a slightly alien concept in this country by design, but things kind of work better when people are reminded, as my friend acknowledged, that there's something greater than themselves. And those public rituals, whether it's royal weddings or the fact that everything important that happens in a nation's life happens in a church, it sort of has an effect on the country. It has a really powerful effect on change for change's sake. People are much less likely to do stuff like that. And if you look at sort of where the great dramas happen of particular countries, America, it's the courtroom, right? We come to know ourselves in America through court cases. We don't talk about abortion, we talk about Roe v. Wade. The way that we know there's a problem with Black America is the OJ trial, right? That's when white America realizes, oh, we have a problem here. America's kind of forum for national dramas is legalistic, it's in the courtroom.
Drama.
And that's because it's wrenched down from heaven, and it's wrenched down from the monarch, and it's wrenched down from anything ineffable, anything untouchable, anything aspirational. It's much more easily corrupted. So I think reestablishing the church as making America's official national religion and language and culture to be Western European Christian, it seems to have worked quite well for Europe. And I don't know if you can really ask of any civilization that lasts more than 2,000 years.
Oh, God. It's so
would you
boring.
outlaw usury in the United States?
Personally, if I stumbled into Pennsylvania Avenue as president, it would probably be my first executive order.
Thank you.
Hello, Milo.
It's so cringe. God damn it. Loaded box, have you ever shaved your hair like close to bald just to see your skull shape? Curious. I went to a Turkish barber once and I never went again. My hair was pretty short then. Didn't like it. It grew back though. Thank God. Okay.
When you were the champion of campus
this
free
guy?
speech in 2015, 2016, I was a big fan, and I appreciate your work. And as a fellow convert to the Catholic Church, I was really encouraged to hear about your interest in the faith. But I have some genuine and serious concerns about some of your comments that you've stated today. There is a strong tradition in the church of teaching dating back centuries that culminated in the Second Vatican Council in the document Humani Dignitatis that squarely condemns some of the things that you attribute to this vision of Christian nationalism as heresy. Could you? And I'll closely paraphrase because I don't have photographic memory, So this infallible ecumenical council stated that in its document proclaiming religious freedom, that the truth can only proceed or succeed by the merits of its own truth and not by coercion. So could you comment on these teachings?
Absolutely. And look.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I got an answer for that.
Nobody's suggesting that we're going to be instituting a Gestapo or anything like that, because that's an Enlightenment atheistic kind of thing. What
Spanish Inquisition? Sorry. Okay.
It's entirely, as you will know, necessary for our salvation that we have the freedom to choose the wrong thing as much as we have the freedom to choose the right thing. But that doesn't mean that in Christian countries there aren't incentives in the tax system, laws against certain things. Though we must, for our salvation, have the freedom to choose the right over the wrong, that doesn't mean that in a Christian country that murder should be legal. It doesn't mean that abortion should be legal. We must have laws and rules in order to have a functioning society that exist as much to circumscribe the proper behavior of those citizens as it does to, ideally safeguard their souls. So no, I completely agree with you that people must have as much freedom as is practicably possible But the Catholic Church is a very prescriptive religion that requires a lot from people. And the rules that it lays down for followers aren't optional. And in those countries that have had explicitly Catholic governments and monarchs in the past, that attitude has tended to proliferate out into lawmaking. So I agree with you on coercion to a point. I don't think we should be frog marching people to church or we shoot them. No one's ever suggested that. But we should make...
The problem is he's on a come down now, right? He was kind of on a come down right at the beginning, but you know, sometimes when you're coming down, you get jittery. The jitters stay as you're coming down. But now he's just like, he needs a nap. He needs to nap for about 18 hours. Minimum, yeah.
More things illegal that aren't illegal right now.
Destiny kind of mentioned this earlier, but I wanted to get some more expansion on it. With the effects of globalization and our culture, particularly religiously, part of America's identity is kind of being this melting pot of the world. How would we realistically impose religion nationwide without cutting off the American people from the rest of the world? Present day, how it is, we're so interconnected, and how is it plausible to cut us off and mandate a religion when the rest of the world is working toward a more diverse religious scene, and when doing this essentially kind of create a border between the US and the rest of the world?
I thought that was for you.
Wait, was that for him?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, I'll just give you an example. I would have to look up the reference, but I think it was about 10 years ago, the Chinese government dispatched a number of operatives to America to figure out, like, what is it that's made America so preeminently successful? Why are we now in this unipolar world where there's America and everything else, right? Because it can't just be this American exceptionalism thing. Obviously, they didn't believe that. They turned their nose up at that. They said, what is it? Let's get to the bottom of this. And the guy came back, the lead researcher that the CCP dispatched, came back with an interesting answer. It was Christian heritage. The guy ended up converting to Christianity. He said, the thing that makes America successful is precisely that heritage against which it's constantly kind of bucking, that it's always sort of fighting against. And it's that tension within the limits as sort of proscribed by the founding documents.
Is that real? Oh God! Do you think the CCP guy was just happy to be out of China? Okay.
That has made America so successful. It's freedom arising from order. It's creativity arising within.
I couldn't even tell you how much an American conservative organization would pay a CCP official who's in America to come out to say that. That would be such a grift. What an epic way to make money. Can you imagine how much money like Turning Point USA or any of these fucks would give to a CCP person who's in America to say that America's great because they're Christian? Wow. And then to say they've converted. Whoever did that, if they did. Yeah, Daily Wire money, all that shit. Whoever did that, I completely respect the hustle. Anyway.
Clearly defined limits. What's happened since then is that those limits have been taken away, both for private corporations, so they can do appalling things to people and abuse and addict us to various things, and obviously culturally as well. There are things on television that should not be on television. I mean, it should be a felony to.
Okay, guys, we might have improved the membership intro. We might have improved it. If anyone wants to trial it, you're more than welcome to.
Glorify gang violence. It should be a felony to glorify prostitution. Fucking obviously. It's obvious that that's the case. And America used to have all this stuff. It used to have codes for comic books. It used to have codes for Hollywood up until 50s and the 60s. And that's when everything went wrong, when those codes went away. So it's precisely that tension, that creative tension between the box.
Or what? That's not my. I'm not crashing, am I? Did we actually just reach the end of the fucking bandwidth? Or whatever you call it. I don't know internet language. Uncensored America, by the way. Hey! Tanner Maxwell, welcome to Box Stock Holdings. That's a much better name. Oh, yeah. I like it. Oh, this video is just not loading now. Okay. Maybe I'll chill with you guys for a second because fuck me, this is getting. I can see why the Q&A wasn't uploaded because it had like a couple of good moments, but few and far between, I would say. The stream crashed. No, it didn't. Why would you say that? You're lying to me. It's in the green. Dick. I have a Milo emote for you where he's doing a Coke jaw. How can I send it your way? You can Twitter DM it, or you can join the Discord and DM me there. And the links to those are both in the description of this video. That's how you do that. Anyway. Let's see if this gets us any further. I'm communicating with you because I'm piggybacking off your Wi-Fi right now. Okay.
America used to have all this stuff. It used to have codes for comic books. It used to have codes for Hollywood up until 50s and
Let's
60s.
see if it goes.
And that's when everything went wrong, when those codes went away.
HD, actually.
So
let's do that.
It's precisely that tension, that creative tension between the box.
Oh my god. He's about to say the box. The box. Why does it look like why does it look like it's buffering though? It looks like it's look at the bar. The bar's moving. The buffer bar is moving. Oh. Oh, the stream I'm dumb. Okay.
And cast genuine. I first got a glimpse of Steven on Timcast a couple weeks ago, the day I got tickets for this. So I was like, wow.
The tension between the box bullet and the state of Israel. True. That's exactly what he was about to say. So true.
And I actually enjoyed hearing what you had to say then there as well too. Christian here, and
yeah,
I wanted to ask this: like, if you break it down to the bare bones, religion is order. Would you guys agree with that? Like it builds a semblance of a structure of order.
Yeah, I mean, it provides a framework, builds a box, builds a wall, however you want to put it. Yeah, we can't.
Lower box, are you close to Destiny? Asking because I'm new to you. I'm a little bit close to Destiny. Not really. I have the role in his Discord, so I can bother him whenever I want, but I don't really use it that much. So close-ish. Not really.
Think clearly or properly unless we can build walls, meaning unless we can distinguish some things from other things. And,
Yeah, I would say the way that I view is like religion easily gives us a framework for ethics. It gives us a metaphysical understanding of the world, like where do things come from, and then it gives us like an epistemic understanding of the world. How do I know what's true or what's not true? I think religion like very easily packages those three things up. It gives it to us. We don't have to think about it, and then we focus on things like how do I make my wife happy or how do I take care of my children without having to do all the work with the other stuff too.
How are you getting on with keeping your wife happy?
Better than you are with your ex-husband.
But,
I don't know. He just got a Ferrari. He seems all right.
The point I'm getting at is if you look at Council of Nicaea, 350 AD, to now, same pages in the book, same laws, same directives that we've been given as Christians. But if you look more, and to a point that I love that you brought up this tonight, was that Christianity, organized religion, has gone down in the last 20 years, 30%. And you see this rise of leftism. And you see
Uh-oh.
this rise of people talking, or at least having a malleable
leftism
framework that they just keep changing. And how dangerous
That's
that
you
can
guys.
be. Because,
Degenerates.
Hillary Clinton, totally against gay marriage. Come to presidential election. Oh, this is wrong that this was ever prevented from ever happening. She's pushing DOMA the entire time up until this point. So don't you think it's a little dangerous for left-wing protagonists to have this ever-changing doctrine, whereas other religions have had thousands and thousands of years to just follow the same mindset, the same order?
I think that, so while the texts themselves haven't changed, I feel like religious practices have kind of adapted to the modern era. I'll speak very narrowly about my religious experience and then more broadly. Very narrowly, I was a Catholic, and I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. In our archdiocese there, we had multiple Catholic churches, and just the divergence in thought around, for instance, gay people was wildly different from one church to another. In one church, we had very traditional preachers, almost resembled my girlfriend's Baptist church, like very, very, very hardcore people, very traditional, no children, no noises. There was like a glass room. They didn't really even want you to bring your kids there. And then in the other one, it was a way more friendly, more geared towards young people. I think we had, I don't know if every Christian church had like the 26-year-old guy that was like leading like the band for doing the music, and they had like drums and guitars and stuff. And that was it was like a night and day difference in those churches. That was just in my city. I can't imagine like worldwide how different it is. And then I look at people like Muslims, and you know we can talk about like Islamic extremism. If we look at the I'll hit on the gay thing again. In the United States, Muslims as a whole are more favorable towards homosexuality than the average American population, which is wild, right? Compared to other countries where there are some Islamic populations that still, kill gay people, assuming you have enough witnesses or however it works in some of those countries today. Or at the very least, they try to make it illegal. So all of this is to say that, like, while I think that sometimes Christians or Muslims or any of the Abraham or any religion, they'll kind of lean on their text and they'll say, well, this is unchanging, and we've got the same text throughout all of time. I feel like the job of the community leaders, the preachers that do the sermons, that talk to the community, are constantly trying to, I don't want to say reinterpret, because that's not really right, but they're constantly trying to like adapt and readapt the teachings to make them fit in your modern day life. Like what would Jesus say to a kid that's paying more attention to his iPhone than his mom or dad telling him how to do chores? You're not going to find Steve Jobs in the Bible, but you can still get teachings out of that. So it's difficult, but I think that religion still changes and adapts, like anything else does, even if the text itself doesn't change. Was that okay? Or?
Well, yeah. The point I was making was, no, thank you. The point I was making was how the left keeps moving goalposts.
Mm-hmm.
They are, progressive, right?
Yeah.
They're moving goalposts. Tomorrow they may be completely against transgender. Anything involving transgender. They could if it lost votes.
Sure.
And you see that time and time and time again. Whereas conservatism, by definition, is kind of holding back towards days of yore, I guess.
Maybe. I feel like both sides have changed a lot.
Conservatives are very different now to how they were 10 years ago. Conservatives 10 years ago were a lot more. 10 years ago, you would generally find a conservative standing like aggressive foreign policy, right? Or intervention, because it was in the Middle East. They wanted to bomb the fuck out of places like that without caring that much of whether we had a mandate or whether or not it would have caused like positive outcomes in the Iraq War and all that shit. But now it's very different, right? With the Ukraine stuff, it's usually like left-leaning liberals who are supporting that stuff, and some leftists, like barely any. But so I think with that thing that's quite common. I think also when it comes to conservatives, I feel like there's another one that was quite big. Capitalism. Conservatives used to be the most uncritical supporters of capitalism on earth 10 years ago, but even now, they rail against capitalism like in their rhetoric almost as much as left-wingers do. So it just depends. Like there is definitely a split off with conservatives recently where they are a little bit different to how they were in the past. Like they don't really love their country as well, like as much as they used to. Now it's all like America's falling apart, right? Like we used to be great, whereas before it was America is great. I remember that even in my lifetime. But,
So, like, for instance, if we, like, I think neocon is like a slur to conservatives, right? If you were to compare, like, the Bush era conservatives, those
okay.
guys, to, like,
Pre-watched.
the MAGA people today, these guys will hate each other, right? Because Bush era conservatives are, like, pro-corporation, pro-Iraq, pro-Afghanistan, generally speaking. And the Trump guys are like, I hate big companies, no foreign wars whatsoever, screw all of that stuff. So I feel like conservatives have changed a bit, too. I mean, I agree that, like, obviously progressives are pushing the envelope quite a bit, and conservatives are kind of, saying, like, well, hold on. But, like, their movement is growing and evolving as well, I would say.
Well, the relative change is night and day, though. I mean, you can't compare the two. And I have to, I have never in my life gone into a Latin Mass
sorry, guys. I pre-watched this entire thing just before streaming. I had to be prepared,
church where people
planned all my laughs, my pauses, my shills. Oh, by the way, the person who had that emote, if you can't find me to DM or you have a problem or whatever, just put it in Discord suggestions. I can use that there as well.
are boxed off.
Boxed
I think you
off.
just made that up. If you didn't, please tell us what church it is, because that's not Catholic teaching.
Sure. One of the pairs I went to was St. Leo, the 10th in Omaha, Nebraska. They have like a whole little glass enclosure. You can go into the church and you can see where the children are. I've been in plenty of Catholic churches that do exactly this for screaming children. Sounds like you haven't been in a church before, Milo. But go ahead.
I have been to. Well,
Did you plan the chat as well? I mean, you can't really do that, obviously, but actually, I did the closest with what you can, which is I watched all you guys in DGG reacting to this last night, and then just took a note of what you said and made sure that I was going to be prepared for you to say it on this stream as well. Okay.
You leveled the charge against traditionalist Catholics, and I've been to Latin masses with the FSSP and ICK and even SSPX all over the country for years. I must just have missed the churches you're going to, which is weird. As far as Muslims being more pro-gay, well, there's two things to say about that. One, I guess that disproves the case that immigrants are going to bring conservative values with them, so we should definitely close the borders. Because if the Muslims are coming in pro-gay and the Hispanics are coming in equally wobbly, there's no conservative social case for abortion. Close the borders, done. So that's helpful to know. But also, there's no contiguous landmass with any Muslim country here. Muslims who come to America are by definition wealthy, international, globalized, and seeking Western values and seeking to live in America.
You also have like refugees, though. I mean, I don't know how much the proportion is. Maybe it's quite small, but you've got Afghan refugees. I think you have Iraqi refugees. I think you have I think you have Bosnian refugees and Albanian refugees, but yeah, probably not many anyway. I wonder what their values are like, though. I wonder if they're progressive.
Hardly surprising that the people who leave the Muslim world to come to America might be more in favor of progressive values, because
I mean, this is just true. This is why people, when you say in Europe as well, like, oh, the Muslims they're really regressive and shit like that. Well, no, these are the ones who left. Like so many, like the amount of people Muslims I've known in the UK who were like from Iranians who left in 79, right? Was it 79? Yeah. Because they didn't want to be part of the Islamic State thing. They didn't want to be part of that like theocracy that came after it, after the revolution. So, yeah, it's not unusual at all.
Precisely what they're leaving.
Hello, it's nice to see both of you. I'm also from Omaha, Nebraska, and I can tell you at least 3 other names of churches: St. Wenceslaus, St. Robert's, and St. Cecilia's, and one of them is traditional. They all do the same thing, where they put the children in the back.
I'm not going to pretend it's a state I know well. So if that happens in that particular state, that's
Damn.
I also lived overseas in Germany. They also had that as well, in very traditional cathedrals. My question has to...
Nothing to smack down a conservative better than anecdotal evidence, eh? He's just like, wait, oh no.
Is for you, Mr. Yiannopoulos. It has to do with why should we assume that a Christian nation returning to its Christian values, if we buy into the premise that this is a Christian nation, and it is a Christian nation because, as I understand it, because the founders were Christian, and therefore somehow that also influenced the text of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence, and that is what therefore makes this a Christian nation. My question to you is...
Wait. Were the founding fathers Catholic or Protestant mostly? Why do I think they were Protestant? Because they were? Deist. What the fuck is a okay, yeah, okay. So the Christian nationalist is kind of okay.
Is this return then, why should we assume that that would be friendly to all denominations, including Roman Catholics? And so my family is Roman Catholic, and I'm sure that you can appreciate this as someone who is deeply Catholic. Roman Catholics do not have a great history in this country.
No, it's quite an anti-Catholic culture in this country.
The Know Nothing Party of the 1850s, the first Roman Catholic president was John F. Kennedy.
KKK went after Catholics just like they did blacks.
And this was all done in the name of Christian nationalism. And
it was not done in the name of Christian nationalism because that term did not exist.
Well, it was attached to the same ideology at the time.
Was it? Because you sort of did this sort of vague sketching of how somebody might come to a conclusion that since the founders were sort of Christian, then we should be sort of Christian too. But I gave you a much more precise and crisp and specific explanation than that, didn't I? What I said was that these documents were constructed, outsourcing morality to Christianity, disestablishing the church. And that Adams said that they were constructed for immoral and religious people, and at that time he meant Christian. I also mentioned, and I did find the judge's name. It wasn't Ren Christos. I misspoke. It was William O. Douglas, who is one of the most famously left-wing Supreme Court justices of all time. And his quote was, "We are religious people."
Okay, guys, we have 20 minutes left. 20 minutes. Just relax. Okay, 20 minutes, and then we're gonna. Okay.
People whose institutions presuppose a supreme being. The highest court of this land has confirmed repeatedly that America has a Christian foundation. So I think it's a bit unfair of you to sort of suggest that I was like gesturing vaguely at the founders and saying, well, since they're sort of Christian, then we've got a sort of Christian inheritance. I made a very specific and crisp explanation about the founding of this country. So let's just be clear on that before we proceed. Next up, I share your...
Can I ask a question on that? Why, we keep saying this, that we're so clearly a Christian nation. Why is it so curiously absent from all of our founding documents?
Well, it was done on purpose, and it's not. I mean, it's not absent from Lincoln. It's not absent
from our Constitution, the thing that enshrines what the government is and does. And
you know perfectly well it's absent from those on purpose because the state, there is a separation of...
If I'm here for 20 more minutes, will you straighten up the orange painting? I will straighten up that orange painting for $100. Why the... Until then, I hope it makes you so uncomfortable because you mentioned it twice now, maybe 3 times. I hope it makes you really uncomfortable. I hope it makes you so uncomfortable that you have to pawn family heirlooms to pay for me to straighten it.
A technical, legal, and institutional separation of church and state in this country. But that does not mean that the founders were indifferent to whether or not people would be Christian. And indeed, they said the opposite.
And that's not even to mention the amount of money I would take to squint it further. It's going to be a voting system. We're going to do a voting system. Your super chats can pay to get me to straighten it or to squint it more.
They said that they were making a country for a moral and religious people, by which they meant Christian. So the words of those documents were written very carefully and mostly to avoid Protestant infighting because of the different regions in America that were establishing themselves at the time. That's most of the reason. And those documents that do omit God for a very particular and specific reason. But God is woven into the culture of the country, whether it is, the Pledge of Allegiance or whatever else. And you can see it. You can see that tenor and texture and culture everywhere. In some specific documents, it is absent for the reasons that I've said. But you know perfectly well, and as I've tried to explain briefly this evening, this country was created on the understanding that, and that's the bit that's crumbling.
What the fuck? I don't even know which one they're talking about. Because they're both straight. It just doesn't look straight because of the camera lens. Damn. I want to wait for that chat to come up on the screen. Fuck me.
Now, right? It's the on the understanding bit that's crumbling.
Make it worse.
TSOS with the insanely generous £100 super chat. Holy fuck. To make it worse. Okay. Yeah. You know what? For £100, I'll do that. Which one? The orange one I think is that one? I think that's the orange one. Okay. Let's do it.
We stan wonky paintings in this chat. We stan wonky paintings in this chat.
Okay. We stand wonky paintings in this chat for £25. Thank you so much, Moonman. Now, paintings is plural. Paintings is plural, so that means I probably need to do the one above it, right? Yeah. Do the other side. For what? For free? Monkey? For free? You fucking idiot. What? Loner, but do the... For what? What am I, your slave? Who the fuck do you think I am? What kind of... Oh, what else do you want me to do for nothing? You want me to juggle? You paid £3.10. Okay. I love you. Thank you. Okay. What else do you want me to do? You want me to get some symbols and smack them together? For nothing? Okay. That's some money well spent, you guys. Looks all right, isn't it? Oh, sorry. The person who paid £3.10, even though their donation didn't even involve a request. I'll show you. Okay, listen. Look, because I care about you, you know, because I value this community, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you as a socialist, okay? I'm going to show you what £3.10 gets you, okay? Okay. Okay. That's what £3.10 gets you, okay? Do you see it? Do you see it? All right. Nihil. I think it's Nihil. Hola, Kahaman. I don't know what that means, if I said it right. I donated money because I don't like odd numbers, but unfortunately, I'm on an iOS device. Thank you. I really appreciate the donation, even though I don't understand the message. Thank you so much. Oh, Kaha means box. Is that how you say it? Kaha? Or Kaha? Kaya? No, it'd be Kaha, wouldn't it? Okay. Perform the Keffel's maneuver and reset A. That's not fair. I have a good relationship with Keffels. I will not join in your pylon, actually. Yeah, let's go. Kaha. Okay.
And without that, the founders themselves said that the center cannot hold, and it isn't holding. And so that's the answer to you. And then I want to finish. I think the lady had a question for me, which I don't remember because I got interrupted. What was the second half of it?
I apologize.
No, it wasn't you, it was him.
Well, my question was, why should we assume that this new movement of Christian nationalism would be inclusive of all denominations? You mentioned, for instance, Pentecostal, Methodists, not a true Christian because they're not listening to the Gospels. Which
Right.
Gospels, which interpretation of the Gospels, different churches have
Absolutely.
different beliefs.
We can't necessarily, and we shouldn't. And there's a long history of, different strands of Christianity battling it out. But there's also, I think, much more importantly, and...
How much will I have to pay to watch you alphabetize all the books on that shelf? I don't even know. That's such an obscene request. I'm already like I've got. I'm already kind of like. Okay, I can't break character. Okay, but no, I can. Fuck. I'm like already very overwhelmed by the amount of super chats I've had for the stream already. I thought I'd be happy to walk away with like 40 or $50. So, okay. So thank you so much for watching it all. But also, all right, to alphabetize all the books. I don't know. Maybe like 100, 1,000. I don't know. Fucking what a waste of time. Jesus. I'd have to move the mic up. I'd have to turn the gate off so you could hear me as I do it. That's just not good stream content. That's just a bad request. Nothing to show for it. If they're all alphabetized, why would you even know? Marut's. Michelle, thanks for the £1.64. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
More obviously and more persuasively, a tradition of countries that have an established state religion and what that does to the culture and how.
Turn the gate. Oh, sorry. A gate is like a noise gate. So, usually, if you're doing audio, you want to have a gate, and a gate basically sets the minimum volume that's allowed to come through the mic. So you see here, anything under 36.7 decibels will not come through. So it gets rid of typing noise, or it lowers the volume of typing noise or mouse clicking, or like even some white noise if there might be, because it's going through fucking Streamlabs. So that. So basically, you just don't hear all the ASMR tones. And you see there, anything, once it goes over, it opens the gate and lets the audio through. And the gates. But if I turn it off, you can start to hear what I'm saying. See that? The gate's off now. That's how you do that. Okay. That's a gate.
How it impedes change for change's sake, and it seems to be a sacrifice worth making. But yeah, sure, I share your anxiety about Catholicism. America has imported Catholics now and again when it suited the country for the labor force. Whether it's getting some Irish guys in, getting some Italians in. I mean, Catholics aren't ever entirely and completely at home on this soil. Yeah, I share that. That's fair.
I think it's a fair question. I think you should push for harder answers. When people talk about wanting to exclude certain denominations or exclude certain religions from the country, I think you should push them on a solid answer for who particularly do you want to include or who particularly do you want to exclude. Not to draw the parallels, although the parallels write themselves. I think you can do similarly to people that are like white nationalists, right? When you've got people like Fuentes, who obviously has some Hispanic in him, right? Well, where do we draw the line at who's white enough for the country and who's not? And who's to say that once we've drawn one line, we're not going to look amongst ourselves and decide, well, we're going to draw this line even further. And I think it's a good question in regards to the Christian nationalist stuff, too.
Do nothing.
What the fuck? Tyler Maxwell with $101. Super chat, do nothing. Thanks. That's my favorite kind of request. Base. Wait, how long should I do nothing for? Okay. Nice one. Sorry, I charge a very high rate per yeah, okay.
I did a bit of reading for preparation for the debate, and it's actually insane how undecided it is what Christian nationalism even means. Does that extend to people's ethnic backgrounds? Is Christianity going to become an ethnicity like Jewishness is just seen as an ethnicity? Are people wanting to include all Christians but give some more rights than others? Do people want to enshrine Christian doctrine in law, like Sharia law? I have honestly no idea, and I don't feel like after listening to Milo ramble for an hour and a half, I have any more of an idea of what it is than when I came in here at the beginning of the night.
No, I don't think anybody knows, but that's because nobody used this expression more than 2 years ago. That's sort of what we're here to thrash out and talk about. And there's no person, unlike some movements. I mean, America First is kind of, Trump basically owns that and gets to decide what that means. Nobody has sort of stepped up and to the mantle of, I'm the Christian nationalism guy. There isn't one. So, I mean, Andrew Torber from Gab wrote a book, and Nick Fuentes talked about it briefly. And various other people have used it. Marjorie's used it, and all the rest of it. But there isn't kind of a Christian nationalism guy. So I don't think it's concretely defined. But I'm not here to defend a nebulous political philosophy. I'm here to suggest that America might do better if, in the commonly understood sort of bucket.
Don't say something nebulous, Milo. Come on, you're going to be concrete after saying that. I think he realized what was happening. Oh no.
Of Christianity, and people make jokes and they say, oh, there are millions of Protestant denominations. When you actually look at it, like 99% of people fall into one of these 7 big buckets. I think it's reasonable to say, well, if you're in one of those buckets, you're Christian. That's fine for now. It would be better if this country returned to an understanding of that moral underpinning that was a little bit closer to the people who came up with it in the first place. And that's all I'm here to do.
I will push you one more time, Mr. Yiannopoulos, and I'll make it more specific. So specifically the question of abortion. That's a great example of how different denominations disagree very fiercely on that question. Do you know how would, for instance, a return to a move to Christian nationalism resolve that?
I don't think there's any plausible Christian future for this country in which any sort of abortion is permitted. Under any circumstances. And this is one of the countries in the world that's got a very creditable record when it comes to ferocious pro-life advocacy. And it will be reassuring to you as a Catholic I think probably to hear that I don't really see any way of this proceeding except under uncompromising pro-life banner. But these are all open questions. I'm not pretending to be an encyclopedia on Christian nationalism because there isn't one. It's something that somebody just invented. But I definitely will stand here and defend Christ as the essential moral underpinning of our civilization. And there are people who worship him in various ways, and there are people who have fallen into various different kinds of Christian denomination. But I think brothers in Christ is a reasonably well understood expression, and I think a fair one. And that's good enough for me for now.
Why does he keep squinting? Because he's trying not to throw up. That's what I'm trying not to throw up, right?
Well, before I will say one more thing, and then I promise I'll hand the microphone back to you. Part of the reason why I'm asking is because my family history as a Catholic is as an Irish Catholic. My grandparents were involved with the Irish Republican Army at the time. The differences between Catholicism and Protestantism in Ireland during that time resulted in cars being blown up. It was it was not a
But you also know that there are a lot of other factors involved in there to do with...
Yeah, do you know how many fucking football teams we got in Scotland because of Catholicism and Protestantism? Do you know how many? You have no idea how many football teams we have because of that.
Orders, the English. I mean, there's a lot that went into that, right? It wasn't as simple as this is a religious conflict between North and South. It was. It's most accurate to say that it was a kind of.
Where did? Oh, thank you. Sorry. Okay. All right. I need to. Hopefully, I have enough members. It might take a time. I might need to update it off stream, but. This is a pretty good emote. Hang on, I'm going to save it. Oh, it's a JPEG small. Oh, I need to take the original and remove it myself to make that work. Wait, fucking JPEG? Wait. No, I don't need JPEG. I need JPEG. Why JPEG small? Why is it doing that? Fuck. Oh, hang on. Okay, whatever. I'll figure it out later.
Small civil war with heavy religious overtones or tempered, flavored.
Can you? I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer, chat. I'm a big boomer. Hey, boom, boom. I had no idea you could just change. This is what we got, okay? I'm gonna try and make this an emote. Well, I've never changed emotes midstream on YouTube, but we'll see if it's possible.
informed by religion, but this was not straight religious conflicts. It's just not true to say that. You know that.
I do not know that. It was such a deep conflict that my grandfather couldn't take a civil service exam in like the early 1900s. And I will leave you with that. I apologize for eating so much time.
No, you've been the most thoughtful question so far. You have no apology to make.
Boost!
My question's for Milo. From Christian to Christian, I just want to let you know that there are a few things that I disagree with you tonight. Probably the biggest question I have I'm a bit puzzled at Christian nationalism itself. It seems like an oxymoron to me. And from theologian to theologian, because I assume that as a Christian, your beliefs stem from your theology. I wanted to ask you a theological question.
I will do my best. I've never described myself as a theologian, but I will do my best.
All right. I wanted to ask you, how would you respond to the themes of Jesus resisting any type of political or physical authority here on earth? For instance, in John 18, when Pilate was questioning Jesus about his own nation handing him over to be crucified, Jesus said that his kingdom was not of this world. Also, another example would just be Jesus healing the Roman soldier who decided to hit him.
So apparently I need 9 more members to get more emojis, but I'm going to get rid of this malarkey one because it's kind of shit. It's fine. Okay.
Right. So how do you know that you
BG
aren't
removal
wanting
then.
Jesus to become the political Messiah that the Jews expected them to free them from Rome, the very same Jesus that refused to take on that role?
Well, I'm a Catholic, so I'm quite comfortable with earthly spiritual authority. And Jesus didn't leave us a Bible, he left us a church in the form of the apostles, whose descendants that we call now bishops have continued his teaching to the present day. And that institution has become very wealthy, very complicated, very difficult to generalize about, and very controversial, I suppose, from one particular point of view. Christ left us an institution. He birthed one when he said, "On this rock I build my church." He left us an institution.
Okay, sorry. Shit. I can't concentrate. I need to because I saved it as a JPEG, I need to BG remove it again. Okay.
The fact that he destroyed a lot of bad ones when he was here only really serves to underscore the point.
Wow, Milo.
Well, there's a valid legitimate authority, which is authority
so
from
wise.
Christ, which is the descendants of the apostles, the See of St. Peter.
Wait, can you repeat the last part of that question? Sorry. Sure. I said, how do you know that you aren't wanting Jesus to become the same political Messiah that the Jews expected to free them from Rome?
Okay, I'm taking a stab at it. It's been a long time, but isn't this what the render unto Caesar quote meant? That there are going to be things that exist in the domain of government where you have obligations and responsibility to the state, but those things exist separate to the obligations you have to your church and your family, so you can still live your best life being a Christian without expecting that, but also fulfill like the political goals of your nation, no?
Correct, which is why we don't necessarily need Trump to be the most morally perfect person in order for him to be a good president. Exactly.
Yeah, I think Jesus' main point was just that he wasn't aiming for political power, and neither should his followers. That was pretty much
Yes, that's fair, but that's a different question. But that's fair.
Okay, what the fuck's going on in the...
Thank you, everybody, for the great questions. Now we're going to do closings real quick, and then we're going to have to head out of here. Milo, you have 5 minutes, then Stephen, you have 5 minutes.
Wow. Maruzzi. With the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I changed the thing anyway. Hopefully it's there, so better late than never, but you should now have our boy, if you're a member.
Seem to have got away with saying that I wasn't especially pro-Second Amendment in Tennessee, so I'm just going to take the win on that one.
You'll have to refresh.
And simply tell you that I moved here with all of the usual assumptions about America. And having been here, it's a difficult thing to hear, really, but America is one of those countries that sort of, what's that old quote? America always does the right thing once it's tried everything else first. America seems to kind of regularly need these.
Okay, Milo, if he's a bit more focused and maybe didn't take so much cat, if he could just throw in stuff like that, everyone likes the little quotes, America always does the right thing after they've tried everything else first. That's really funny. It's like American foreign policy, Iraq, Afghanistan, Ukraine.
Outside observers to tell it about itself, whether it's de Tocqueville or whatever. It's not very good at self-reflection. So all I can do is offer you...
The image could use some lightening up. You don't know who I am. Okay, I'm Boomer. I could put it into Premiere and brighten it because that's how I do my image editing. I use Premiere, but I'm streaming.
What I've seen, and that is that the gap between the way America describes itself and the reality here is so enormous and so gigantic and so suicidally large actually.
Suicidally large.
The way that
That's
since
you
the
guys.
1950s and 60s, this country has diverged from its founding objectives, from its founding morality, is terrifying. And the rest of the world needs you guys to be in good shape, to be in good fighting shape, and to get it together. Because we don't have many other options. China, Russia, oblivion, right? I do still think that the world's in good shape and America's in good shape. But it hasn't been for nearly 100 years now. You haven't won a war in 75 years, do you know that? 75 years America hasn't won a war. Things are going very, very badly wrong here, and we need you. But we need you to be strong, and we need you to be healthy, we need you to be wholesome, and we need you to be moral. We need that from you. Even though you're, our child in some ways, you've grown big, and you've grown...
So, America hasn't won a war in 75 years. What is he counting as a win? I feel like Kosovo was kind of a win. I feel like Kuwait was kind of a win. What does he mean America hasn't won a... Weird.
Strong, and you're our protector.
It's also, when it comes to war, right? America tends to achieve its objectives when it comes to war. It's not that America struggled with military objectives. The objective of Libya was to get rid of Gaddafi. They did that. The objective of Iraq, military, was to get rid of Saddam. The objective in Afghanistan was to get out of the Taliban. That was, but it's like it's all the fucking bullshit like nation building or whatever the fuck happens afterwards that they fail at. But that's not necessarily a military objective. That's like partly military, but also political. And yeah, that's how I would think of it. I feel like America's quite good at winning wars. I don't know.
But our protector now is writhing on the ground, diseased, shrieking, blinded, and pathetic. And we've gone outside in the rest of the world from admiring this country, from moving here because we love the idea of its value so much, to being confronted with the ugly reality that America's greatest export is now sodomy and vaccines and stuff like that. And that's not what it was supposed to be.
Based.
So I would kind of encourage you to reflect on whether anybody is happier or better off.
Lonerbox, how do you respond to accusations that Saddam's bunker is behind one of the paintings on your wall? Listen, I'll check for a modest fee. Okay. Check for a modest fee.
Wealthier, doing better in 2023 than they were in 1953. And to say that, clocks can't be turned back is just historically ignorant. It's just completely wrong.
It's historically ignorant. It's completely
what
wrong.
normally happens is they're turned back very violently. What normally happens is that they're turned back by force, and they're turned back too far, or they're turned into something ugly. And that has happened again and again and again. And the window for America to save itself is closing. It's very narrow. Maybe a generation. Maybe it's too late. But you owe it to yourselves and to the rest of us to try. And if you want to make America the best it can be, if you want to be a good athlete, you got to train. If you want to be a good writer, you have to read and write. If you want to be a good America, you got to go to church. Thank you.
I hate you, Sean. This conversation was definitely something different than what I was expecting. Actually, you know what? No, it was exactly what I was expecting. I feel like Milo is kind of the perfect showman for the Christian nationalist movement. A lot of bravado, a lot of theatrics, a lot of 1 HP voicing, but no actual actionable material anywhere, no concrete ideology to stand on, no policy positions to recommend, not even like a clear or even a vague outline of what it is he even stands for. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention because I was watching Subway Surfers on my phone for half this debate. I don't know if anybody else in here feels like they came away with a better understanding of what Christian nationalism is than before they came in. But yeah, something that I get very frustrated about when I talk about politics.
Ice Beans, thanks for the box stock. Welcome to the box stock holdings. Thanks for buying a box stock. Okay, whatever.
The reason why I do these conversations, the reason why I talk to people who are as far away from me as people like Milo can be, is because I think it's important to cut through a lot of the bullshit that a lot of people preach when they're trying to turn people over to their new political movements. I think that we have very real problems today, and I don't think we ever have a chance to discuss them when we're talking about how much better life would have been in the 1200s or in the 1950s. We're not getting rid of cell phones. We're not putting women back in the kitchen. We're not getting rid of birth control. The internet's not going anywhere. We're not locking down our borders. We live in a world today that is as much different from 1980 as 1980 was from the 1200s that, Milo's so obsessed with. And I think that we need better conversations with people, better policies that we can advocate for, better things that we can talk about to move our people forward, rather than having people endlessly fracture and atomize themselves in these silly little political movements that people can't even adequately define. So if you come away from here tonight, I hope that when you talk to your friends about things related to this. If you want to talk about church, talk about a church you want to go to, talk about actions that you do. The cool things about my church is that every Saturday or every Sunday or whenever you went to Mass, you got to meet a group of people, you got to socialize, you got to have a community. Sometimes you would do community events, and you would just have like basically communities that you would develop around that you would do things with every week because socializing with each other is really important. I think this is one of the things that we missed the most today, especially when we spend all of our time in front of our phones and our computers. I hope that people continue to find things in their life to build upon. Maybe in future conversations we can, or not we, but me and somebody else can talk about the different things you can do to build upon that. And I hope you guys don't get lost down these really weird niche micro ideologies that offer you, the universe and talk about absolutely nothing.
Thank you guys. Let's all give one big final round of applause.
That's a good closing statement. I like it. I approve. Pretty strong closing statement. Yeah. Give it a solid 6 out of 10. All right. I'm hard to impress, but it's good.
For the Bears. I just want to thank several people that made this event possible before we leave and do the meet and greet and then I'll head out. First of all, I'd like to thank the exec board here at our University of Tennessee chapter. James, everybody's been amazing, and I'm so proud of everybody, all the work they put in. They made this event happen for all the flyers they had to put up and get torn down every day by all the people that don't even want to see this debate happen. So it was fantastic. All the work you guys put in, all the volunteers who've helped out, and everybody who's bought tickets for this. I know there's some free ones here, but everybody who's bought tickets, you've helped us make this happen and afford it. So your money is going to good use. And everybody more behind the scenes have helped. The Knoxville Convention Center have been amazing. Both times we've been here, they've been absolutely amazing. I love working with them. We're just going to do everything here now. We're always trying to find new venues, but this is just the best. And Superset Media for designing our motion graphics, and our amazing cameraman in the back, I won't dox you, has been amazing and has helped us with every event, making these live streams possible. So lastly, I want to thank all the friends who have been helping us and supporting us. We had people coming out from, I heard some people were driving 12 hours, some people flew out, some close friends of mine I picked up at the airport yesterday to help out with this. So there are a lot of people all over the country that have helped out and make this possible and are making future chapters and events happen as well. So I am tremendously grateful and thankful for everybody's work they put into this. And if you want to follow these guys and see where they're going next and what they're doing, Milo is pretty much only on Telegram. So you can go to t.me/Milo Clinic, and you can keep up with everything he is saying there. And for Destiny, go to destiny.gg, and you can find his stream and all of his social medias there as well. And if you want to start a chat...
Hey, Dylan, thanks for the membership. I'm starting to add some most of my emotes aren't one-to-one because I don't think Twitch cares as much. Or I just can't find the one-to-ones that I actually made. If anyone wants to recommend, I've got like 10 emotes left. If anyone wants to send suggestions into the Discord, you're welcome to. Before I start digging through my 8 different folders that I've stacked emotes in, forgotten where they are.
Chapter with us, or come to our next events. We have one coming up in South Carolina next week, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, Penn State real soon. We're going to have some really special plan for that after try to bring Gavin McGinnis and Alex Stein, and somebody spin Alex Stein and try to get the event canceled, and they ended up doing it, unfortunately. So we might have something very special planned for that.
Oh, no.
But if you want to do that, go to uncensoredamerica.us, and if you would like to vote in the final poll as to who you thought won the debate, we're going to have somebody at the door with cards, and you can vote as to who you thought won the debate, so we can see how you felt before this and how you felt after, and we'll post results on Twitter. So thank everybody so much for coming out, and if you're a backstage ticket holder, please start lining up here for the meet and greet. We'll have do that real quickly, and then we'll have to get out of here. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, but chat, we got to find out who won the debate. 1's in chat for Destiny, 2's for Milo, 3 for my wallet. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Get him in. Get him in. So, what were these guys called? America Uncensored. Uncensored America, and they posted a poll on Twitter for who won the debate. Okay. Oh. Oh, awesome. Hang on. I agree, chat. Strongly agree. Okay. Let's go here. Here. Might be a bit belated, but this emote's never going to be relevant ever again, is it? It's never going to be relevant. For as long as I stream. But we'll try anyway. That's really good, actually. That's much better. Hmm. Okay. Refresh your chats, and we've got a brightened Milo face on there. Okay. God, Tequila Sunset is just doing all the admin. Who's this? So this guy, I challenge anyone running for office to debate me on the real issues for once. Am I running for office? Debate Vosh or Boxloner or Dylan Burns. Okay. Okay. Tiger King. Is that... Okay. Wow. Incredible. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we will. Maybe we'll debate that fucking weirdo. Maybe he'll think I'm an easy target, which I am sometimes. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Wait, did I get a donation through the PayPal that didn't go onto, or is that separate? Is that not on stream? Huh. No, I think all my alerts are showing. It's fine. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. What does this button do? Wait, what? What the fuck did I just do? Uh, I'm really sorry, guys. I just pressed a button that might fuck the stream for you guys. uh, no, it seems fine. You gave us an ad. Oh well, I don't even. Wait, what happens? I can't even control whether it stops or not. Okay, whatever. Someone needs to describe what just happened so I know whether I can do it again or not. It's just a button. I thought it would take me to like a list of options or something, or something that can cancel it. Thank you for bodying Boy Boy in that Ukraine video. Yeah, Boy Boy is weird. That was a bad video. I remember it. Did the stream consent to what you did? I hope not. Press the button again. No, I don't want to torture you guys. Okay, but fuck. I do need a bathroom break though. So, and then we're gonna do Tucker Carlson on Donald Trump. No, Trump on Tucker Carlson, because that happened. That was an interview. And then we'll maybe do some rambling about Anna Kasparian and her falling out with. She's called out like Vosh and Lance now. So okay. Anyway, be back in 1 minute, guys. Okay, take care. Okay, guys. Not breaking for too long. Gotta keep you guys on board. Oh god. Fucking Trump Tucker Carlson. The paintings are awesome. Yeah. You know, they could always get worse. Nah. If I don't get any more money today, I am more than happy, guys. Don't worry. I could not be happier with how this stream went today. Okay. Come on, Boxy. Do your job. Trump is complaining about the arraignment indictment again on TV. He's done a few things in a few segments from this Tucker Carlson interview, so there's a short here. Okay, let's go through. Start short.
Do you think Biden will stay in the race?
Look, I watch him just like you do. And I think it's almost inappropriate for me to say it. I don't see how it's possible. But there's something wrong. I saw his answer today on television about whether or not he was going to run to a very nice guy named Al Roker. I mean, you can't get a softer question than that. That was a long answer, talking about the eggs and the this and that. Look,
what?
I don't think he can.
Subscribe to the Fox News YouTube
Okay.
channel.
Wow, Trump thinks someone else is maybe a bit off in the head. That's funny. Biggest threat is nuclear warming. Is that about foreign policy or? Oh my God, Patriot music.
Covering the weather beat here in windy Palm Beach. Actually, we're here to interview the former president and now the Republican frontrunner, Donald Trump. While the rest of us have spent the last 2.5 years arguing about systemic racism and trans rights and other ephemera, other imaginary
This is what Tucker complains about all the time, but okay.
things, America's position globally has eroded so fast it defies belief. But Donald Trump has noticed things have really changed since he left office, and that's the topic of this next part of the conversation. Here it is. You said at the time when you were president that going to war with Russia, either hot war or cold war, would drive Russia into an alliance with China.
I did.
That would displace us as the most powerful nation.
I did. But we have a bigger problem. The bigger problem is the weaponry. The weaponry today is so powerful. This isn't like Second World War where we have army tanks running around shooting each other. This is weapons the likes of which the world has never seen before. They have them and we have them. And China has them less, but within 5 years, China will have equal to us. China, I'm talking about
China.
nuclear. China has
so powerful.
The beginnings of a very big, very powerful nuclear.
The baddest
short
weapons
5
you've ever
years.
seen.
They had started much later. Russia and us are comparable. Massive
We don't have pontoons on YouTube. That's true. I'm just looking for the files. I couldn't find them. Hang on.
power, massive. And that's one of the things.
More than people understand?
More than people understand, yeah. Yeah, more.
Were
And
you
they don't
surprised?
understand the power. If you look at Hiroshima, as some people call it. If you look at Nagasaki,
Some people call it.
you look at those two events took place many, many years ago. And multiply that power times 500.
Oh.
That's what you're talking about. Where it
Hydrogen
actually melted the granite. You know, granite is unmeltable by blowtorches.
Yes.
But the granite, if you look at granite areas, it's like water that got, hardened, like an ice skating rink. It melted the granite. If you look at that and multiply it times 500, that's what you're talking about. When I listen to people talk about global warming, that the ocean will rise in the next 300 years by 1/8 of an inch, and they talk about this is our problem. Our big problem is nuclear warming, when nobody even talks about it. The environmentalists talk about all this nonsense in many cases. Look, I'm an environmentalist also, I guess, in my own way, because I've done a good job with the environment. But nobody talks about nuclear, the problem we have, the biggest problem we have in the whole world.
Just to be clear, the people who are anti-Ukraine war, anti-intervention, all they talk about is nuclear weapons. That's the only argument they have.
It's not global warming. It's nuclear warming. And all it takes is one madman, and you're going to have a problem the likes of which the world has never seen. And it's
Did
only
he want to nuke a hurricane? Did he? Does anyone have a clip? All right.
a matter of seconds. You don't have to wait 200 to 300 years for it to happen.
So what you're saying is demonstrably true. Why is this not something our leaders talk about or the press talks about?
Because I don't think they're smart. I don't think they get it.
Yes.
Putin got it. I would talk to him about it all the time. I never mentioned the word nuclear. You never heard me mention the word. You know, my uncle was a professor, a great professor at MIT for a long time. I think he has the longest, Dr. John Trump. And he would talk about a lot of different things, and it was very interesting to me. For years, I talked to him. Passed away. He's a great, great gentleman. I think it's the longest tenured professor in the history of MIT. But if he wasn't, he was very close, because he was there for almost 40 years. And we talk about things, and he said, you know, someday they'll have a suitcase, and in that suitcase, it'll be nuclear, and you'll blow up New York City out of a suitcase. And I said, no, Uncle John, that can't possibly. He's right. The power is so incredible. You can fire up.
How can you say someone else is too out of it? That's insane. Someone else is too out of it to run for fucking president, and you're saying this kind of shit. God damn it.
A submarine and run it for years on essentially a tablet. Run it for years.
Tablet.
So when we talk about war, and when I watch all of the people talking about Ukraine and how's Ukraine doing, blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Russia's sitting back. First of all, Ukraine's being obliterated.
Yes.
Okay, let's not even talk nuclear. But let's say it wasn't.
Ukraine has reclaimed over half of the land that they lost since the beginning of the war. Ukraine is still holding on to Bakhmut, this little town of like less than 100,000 people, I think it was. And Russia are still hemorrhaging soldiers over this town. Like, but okay.
Let's say they were doing better than anticipated.
Yeah. Okay.
If he decided to use his second form of destruction, which is nuclear, that's the end of that. You understand? And I know where you are in Ukraine, so I mean, you understand it better than most. Most people don't. Most people don't even talk about it. They don't talk about the fact that he has equal to the United States in nuclear capability and destruction. And so I watch all of this happening, and it's so sad.
But can I just ask you?
By the way, the problem with the nuclear argument is, in case anyone doesn't know, is first of all, in history, threatening nuclear weapons actually doesn't really historically has not really ever achieved anything, apart from when the United States was the only country with nuclear weapons. That was quite a useful bargaining chip. But maybe also the thing it stops is it stops other countries from invading you. That's one thing that nuclear weapons help with. And the other thing is that it keeps you safe from, like, it's maybe makes it less likely that your soldiers are going to cross arms with the soldiers of another country with nuclear weapons. That's why there's no fly zone over Ukraine, because that could lead to nuclear war. So, as for taking territory by threatening to nuke, the problem with that is, the problem and why no power should ever concede that is because if Russia takes, say, Crimea in exchange for no nuke, then Russia just gained territory by threatening to nuke. So then they say, well, what about Donbass? We got nukes. And you don't want to get nuked, so you give them that as well. Okay, what about Kherson region and Zaporizhia? Got nukes. Well, we don't want to get nuked. Let's give them that as well. Then, okay, Kyiv. You know, America can control that a little bit. And then the problem is Russia just uses that fucking ad nauseum until there's a point where it eventually reaches a position where even we in the West think it's too far. And then we have a nuclear exchange when Russia has been able to just regain all this territory to expand their capabilities even further, to move weapons closer. That's why you just don't do it. You just can't. Because there is a worse alternative to fighting in Ukraine now while Russia threatens nukes. And actually, I'm pretty sure a lot of these threats are very idle. Like, Putin will gesture to readying Russia's nuclear arsenal, but then never actually does it. So we might actually, there is a YouTube video that I've been meaning to watch about it, so maybe we'll have a look one day. Also, Maruzzi, if you refresh the chat, you'll get one of your emotes at least. Dylan, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Still rolling it in. Thank you so much. Wow, I'm so appreciative. Feel like we're going quite far, but damn, thank you so much. Okay.
The Biden people know the power of nuclear weapons. They now control our arsenal.
Biden?
They don't seem worried about this.
That's because they don't understand life. They don't understand whatever it is that you have to understand. You know, it's very interesting. At the very beginning, Biden was very afraid of nuclear because I watched him and he was, oh, they have nuclear weapons. Oh, which was exactly the wrong signal to send. You don't do that. But if you go back and check your files, you'll see Biden early on saying, oh, well, we can't do this. They have nuclear weapons. Well, you don't want to, you don't want to act that way.
Yeah.
But he was very afraid of nuclear. I said, you got to be a little bit cooler than that. But what happened is now that nobody talks about it. But every day Putin mentions it, and every day other people mention it. And now all of a sudden, if you look, other countries are talking about getting it. This was something you don't mention. I call it the N word. You have 2 N words. You don't mention either one of them.
Uh-oh.
The nuclear word you don't mention because the power is so
Trump.
destructive. I met with professors at MIT, and I was preparing for a debate. I wouldn't say it was a long preparation, but I did want to talk about nuclear because I consider it to be the single greatest threat the world has, far greater than global warming, like not even a contest. And I had these people come down. They were very smart, very expert. And I said, so when we start talking about nuclear in a debate, how would you handle it?
People talk about nuclear. Yeah, it's the most common anti-war argument. Trump should hang around with the fucking socialists more often.
And they looked at me, one in particular, and said, sir, you can't talk about it. You cannot talk about it. I said, what does that mean? He said,
this is them saying, shut the fuck up, Donald. God damn it. Sir, Mr. President, shut the fuck up. And they just hand him like a little toy, like a toy warhead, and just like, play with that. Play with that, Trump.
It is so massive, it is so destructive that you cannot talk about it. I understood exactly what he meant. And
wow.
We stayed away from it for the most part. But now Putin's mentioning it all the time. We don't mention, but Putin's always mentioning it. You've heard him say it. We are a nuclear power. He said not so long ago, I said, that's the first time I've heard a major country. You do hear it talked about, and I did a good job. I did a great job with North Korea. Kim Jong-un, you went with me on a trip. You insulted him, which didn't make
this was like no concessions or any, like no meaningful progress. Yeah.
Didn't make my life too easy.
They had a meeting that was cute.
But that's okay. But you were there, one of the few. And it was an amazing, it had to be one of the most incredible experiences for you.
For sure.
But it was amazing. We had thousands of reporters. They weren't treated particularly nicely either, by the way, but I got along great with him. And because of that, it started rough, remember, with, Rocket Man, Little Rocket Man. And he said, I have a button on my desk, a red button. I said, I have a red button on my desk too. Mine's bigger and mine works, yours doesn't. And this went on for a couple of months, and then
Tucker is so in love.
On my desk too. Mine's bigger and mine works, yours doesn't. And this
he's falling in love. The strong man chest beating, we love it. It's so cute.
Went on for a couple of months, and then all of a sudden, the logjam was broken, and he wanted to meet, and we did meet, and we get along great. To this day, we get along great. He won't talk to Biden. He won't even talk to these people. He won't even talk to them. He has no respect for him. He's a man. He's like, if he respects you, he'll respect you. He wouldn't talk to Obama. Obama tried to get meetings with him. He wouldn't meet with him. He met with me. I met with him twice. I would have had a deal worked out with him. He's got tremendous nuclear capability. It's the single biggest problem. Maybe this show's more important than even I thought it might be, because somebody's got to understand what has to happen, and they have to de-escalate.
So how would you do that now?
Well, now, so you have a problem. You got this crazy world is blowing up, and
Oh God, I saw myself on Twitter and I was like, oh shit, am I being cancelled? It's fine. It's fine. It's just Oliver. Oh God, that scared the fuck out of me. What's this? Did I do something stupid?
Just on a real quick thing, because you didn't really answer that question. If you want to know when his next book is coming out, you should ask the guy that actually writes them. Just on a real quick thing, because you didn't really answer.
the United States has absolutely no say, and Macron, who's a friend of mine, is over with China, kissing his ass, okay, in China. I said, France is now going to China.
He's just so incoherent. He can summarize so many of his like the entire point of that video was we should be careful because Putin has nukes. No one wants to talk about this. I tried to talk about this and they told me not to talk about this. That was the entire video. He could just say that and there was nothing else. What other are they all like this? They probably are. They're weapon. This isn't going to be him complaining about the fucking arraignment, right? Trump blows up his own legal argument during disastrous Tucker Carlson interview. Interesting.
Donald Trump's latest.
Bad down.
This lie on Tucker Carlson show is just so absurd, and I think it's going to backfire. Donald Trump's latest lie on Tucker Carlson is just so absurd, and I think it's going to backfire big time.
When I went to the courthouse, which is also a prison, in a sense, they signed me in. And I'll tell you, people were crying. People that work there, professionally work there, that have no problems putting in murderers, and they see everybody. It's tough, tough place. And they were crying. They were actually crying. They said, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, aside from that not being true at all, Trump and his attorneys are currently trying to get his trial moved from Manhattan to Staten Island so that he can get what they think is a more favorable jury. But this clip flies in the face of their entire legal argument. And why does every member of the Trump family make up these weird fake stories?
I was on a plane. I was on a commercial flight when this whole indictment broke. People were coming up to me, giving me hugs.
Very strange people. Donald Trump.
He's trying to get the case moved, even though he's saying the court was really sympathetic to him. Okay. Okay. No, I just, it's so boring. There's nothing to. He's just going to do the thing where he bullshits or undermines himself, or maybe even edges towards contempt of court in the middle of the Tucker Carlson interview. Until he eventually is forced to stop talking about his trial online or on the TV. I don't know. What is this? Apparently, Shoe on Head is maybe going to do a hit piece on Xander Hall. A Slander Hall hit piece. We haven't covered Xander Hall in a long time on this stream. Now, if I remember correctly, I think what happened with Xander Hall was he jumped the gun on the Shoe and Head Balenciaga stuff, accused her of, I think, pedo hunting or conspiracy stuff, even though I don't actually know if there was any evidence of Shoe doing that. It looked like she was just, according to her anyway, she was just saying the Balenciaga stuff was like, what, weird, sussy, which it was. You're all wrong. Anyway, but I think things got blown out of proportion. Then Shoe made a video about it. Didn't name Xander Hall directly. I don't think. She showed Demon Mama directly, but I think she didn't actually name Xander Hall in that one. She just mentioned him and spoke about him, like without naming him. So, but here, there's a development. Ooh. Apparently, Apparently, Shoeonhead is so upset that her lying and calling me a pedo defender failed so spectacularly, she is thinking of making another hit piece video on me to try and take a second shot. This is from her private Twitter, according to a trusted friend. Xander Hall is still fucking lying about me and talking shit, Lamau. Do I make a slander hall video? Yes or no? No. Remember who Shu got the Balenciaga story from? It was from friendly video essayist Brittany Venti. Well, if nothing else, Brittany Venti inspired some content, didn't she? Or was it that Brittany Venti was doing the weird conspiracy shit about it? I wouldn't put that past her as much as Shu, but what a fucking freak. Seriously side-eyeing anyone I'm friends with who is also friends with this person at this point. Who? Boring crumb tuber. Holy shit. Who I used to be e-friends with until he one day out of nowhere decided to call me a terrorist to please literally the worst people online. Slander Hall still repeats the ice cream bar lie. They subconsciously know it's weird and fucked up, but can't say that because they'll get the social treatment I did, so they need to cope with lies. I generally won't be over this, and know why I don't know why I sit on my hands about it instead of just making a big video. Wow. I would probably not want to be in a shoe on hit piece because she has a big audience. She has a lot of people watching her videos. She made Sneeko laugh. And Sneeko was embarrassed by it. She humanized Sneeko probably and showed more de-radicalization in Sneeko than Destiny ever has. I thought that video where she's joking and Sneeko like goes, "Oh no, I can't laugh at women. Women aren't funny." And he does it like 3 times. I'm legit out here doing my own thing, and she's so bitter she couldn't destroy my career the first time she's plotting attempt too. Wow. What's happening to Xanderhall, eh? I don't even know. I haven't had any problems with Xanderhall. I've seen him do things I disagree with. The Balenciaga thing was one of them, I imagine. But I've never had any run-ins with him or anything. What's my chat like? I know a lot of people don't like him, though. A lot of people don't like him. What about chat? 1's in chat if you're a Xanderholic, 2's if you're a Slanderholic. Go. Go! Okay. I think most people don't care. Okay, that's fine. Nice one. Looks like the Xanderholics have it, though. Good for him. Slanderholics, better luck next time. You guys have nothing. You guys are cucks. Ooh. Well, that was drama for sure. Okay. Hang on. Do I actually want to watch more Trump shit, or I feel like I want to move on to the Anna stuff, because the Anna stuff's more interesting. Like, every time there's a Trump thing that's new in the news, I'm just like, oh, this will be funny. Trump memes. And then it's like, oh, God, he's just saying the same shit he's been saying since 2020. It's too much. Too much, man. Anna stuff, please. 1 second. I'm maybe going to do one alteration. Okay. Just be a little bit more for aesthetic reasons, because I'm very grateful to you guys. Okay. Hey. Hmm. Anna was Karen posting. That's one way to put it. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Uh, what? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I did it the wrong way around. Okay, wait. Okay. All right. Let's just keep it. Box now a 600 viewer Andy. Am I? I thought it was 500. Kyan though. Kyan the English guy from a really long time ago? Hmm. Interesting. All right, hang on. We're going to change the fucking title of the stream. You can donate to tilt my paintings. That's true, yeah. We've already made some progress. I did actually tilt that one. I did tilt that one because someone paid £3.10. So that's how much £3.10 gets you of tilt. Anyway. Okay. I think it's time. I think it's time to see what the fuck's been happening with Cenk and Anna, because it's like they've actually had like a bread tube arc. they're having a lefty arc, which is insane. Because it's not often. Yes, I am him, but I'm from Dumfries and Galloway. Oh, but you have an English accent though, right? If I remember correctly. Referring to earlier. Nice one. How much to knock over your entire bookshelf? To knock it over? Like $1,000, maybe? Actually, I don't know. There's stuff on that shelf I like. Maybe $2,000. And I'm probably going to knock it over very slowly and carefully. Maybe $5,000. That's a big ask. Super chats max out at $500. You can give more than one. Solved. So solved. Okay. Let's do segments. Jesus. So, Anna Kasparian, among others, started this drama by tweeting out that she doesn't like being called a birthing person. She was like, don't call me a don't call me a birthing person. I am a woman. And I was like, okay, I don't know how many people are calling you a birthing person. I don't know. But I do actually agree that abortion is okay to call it a women's issue, okay? Trans men can give birth, but also abortion is a women's issue because abortion rights are not just about reproductive control. They're actually not. They're also about a broader history of women's struggle to not be tied down to the kitchen, to women's rights to do what they like when they're young, to fuck about, and to not have one fucking pregnancy chain them to a kitchen for the rest of their life. That's actually why women being like abortion being a women's issue means a little bit more than just like abortion as a political issue is about more than just the reproductive, like the science and the biology, right? It's more than that. Maybe maybe you won't realize that so immediately if you're a man, but I get where she's coming from. But no, I don't think she's getting called a birthing person that often. We saw one clip where that lady refused to call it a women's issue when she was, I think she was testifying to that weird, was it Hawley? Josh Hawley? Yeah, the lady in Congress. Yeah. It was just a stupid exchange. She was like, "You're transphobic. Trans people are committing suicide because it was really stupid." Yeah. Even though actually Anna defended her at the time. So it's a bit confusing. Anna defended the person who I thought was cringe. Yeah. Anyway, Anna has been blasted. I think so. What I know, this is all I know. I haven't watched it that closely. Vosh was hesitating to answer whether or not Anna was transphobic. I think he was kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Like, I think it should be quite obvious that Anna's not transphobic. I don't think there's anywhere near enough evidence that she is, especially using that as an indicator. And I think the Surf said she wasn't transphobic, but that she was using a transphobic point, which again, I don't think it necessarily is. Just because TERFs might also say it, I don't think it's necessarily transphobic to say abortion is a woman's issue. I think that's very... Her behavior definitely emboldened some transphobes for like a day, and then she pushed back on them, but you can do that. Like, unfortunately, you can sometimes be correct and right-wingers can like what you're saying. Like, it happens every now and then, because sometimes the left get an issue wrong, or whatever. So, it's gone to this weird place of Anna maybe letting the Twitter backlash get to her a little bit. And now she's kind of declared war. So this is Emma. The repeated emphasis and reaction have been, oh yeah, this is, okay, let's go here first. Where did this start? Holy shit. Okay, there's more than I thought. Okay, left-wing extremists help right-wing so much. 66% of this country is left-wing, according to polling on policy issues. They don't believe in defunding the police or being called Latin X or calling women birthing people or abolishing prisons. Anyone who claims they do is lying. I think I agree with that. Isn't your point contradictory? If that number is correct, that means any aversion to inclusive language is marginal compared to policy sets. Democrats have been doing electorally as well. Nobody is making voting decisions based on clumsy activist and medical language, okay? Yeah. It looks like this is a lot of online brain rot that's maybe... Because I don't think the birthing person is as widespread as they're trying to make it out to be, right? Like that one woman in Congress, I think people tried to say AOC was doing it, but then we looked at a clip of her and she actually wasn't. So yeah, it's really blown out of proportion. Like, I just don't care. I'll make the point. I'll say it's okay to call abortion a women's issue. It is a women's issue, even though you can also agree with that trans men can give birth. They're not mutually exclusive, but okay. Emma, I see leftists using this language outside of clinical contexts all the time. This new excuse that no one was using it anyway is bullshit, but I'm happy about it. If everyone wants to retire these terms to just clinical contexts, great, I agree. The question then is, why the repeated emphasis on this, especially with no examples of electoral fallout? That's actually a good point. Why do leftists have to bend language to appease the right? Hasn't the TYT mantra always been about fighting and beating the right into submission, metaphorically? Whoa. Metaphorically. Are we bending language to appease the right by calling abortion a women's issue, though? We didn't repeatedly emphasize anything. Anna posted the most innocuous tweet of all time, which now a lot of you are saying was perfectly normal. Then, leftists lost their shit and started saying it was an attack against trans people, etc. There's absolutely no question about who started this and made an enormous deal out of it. Everyone felt like they had to do a video explaining how they're more holy than us, when no real voters on the left agree with you at all. Real voters. Uh-oh. Please don't pretend now that we were the ones making a big deal out of it. The repeated emphasis and reaction have been on social media. I can't speak to the segments you guys have done on the show. I'm not trying to be pure. I'm engaging with you even though it's uncomfortable for me because I love you guys and I want TYT to be on the right side here. Okay, you know what? The only base thing that could have happened that no one did was Anna does the tweet. I don't like birthing person. It's dumb. It's a woman's issue. I'm a woman. Fuck you. Don't call me a birthing person. And people get really, really mad. And she's like, whatever. Like, this response is a bit disproportionate. This response is a bit mental, but whatever. And then just move on with your life. And that's hard to do sometimes when you're being attacked, but that should be what the case is. That should be roughly how it goes. Now, I think the next thing that came was this. They actually name dropped people as well. Ah, wait, why won't you fucking move? All right.
Drama with a bunch of leftists on Twitter doesn't matter.
One that I read. So I'll just say this. Okay, I love you, and it's okay. And if you disagree, it's okay.
By the way, I've never really liked this guy. He's quite he's all right, but I just never really gained that much from watching his stuff. Anyway.
Okay, if you want to leave, that's okay. Okay. Thank you for being a member all this time. I appreciate it.
Okay.
But what you're, in my opinion, what your misunderstanding is, and what you have maybe you didn't see is, so all this kerfuffle starts with a simple tweet, and then at least half a dozen videos from other progressives or leftists online, all attacking us and calling us all sorts of names. So maybe you don't see that, so you think, like, well, what is Cenk so upset about, right? So they call us all these.
Hey, he understands. He understands the plight of the riddled in lefty drama leftist. He understands. He understands the left-leaning person who's getting attacked by leftists and their audience don't see. So you look really irrational when you're attacking them constantly because they don't see. They don't see the Twitter replies. They don't see the fucking spam DMs. They don't see all the response videos by the 10 different creators. So they don't know what you're going through, and that's why it looks like you're being disproportionate in your reaction. That's how it goes. But you should probably consider that. And I'm trying to learn to consider that. Like, if there are communities of like nutters giving me shit in my DMs, which does exist, I don't need to make it your problem. Unless it's really funny, right? Unless it's something funny, I don't actually need to make that your problem because you guys don't know. You guys don't really know. Even with the first time ContraPoints got cancelled, I had no idea it happened. Even though I watched all her videos, I'd followed her Twitter. I didn't know it was happening. So if she had come out the day after making a video railing against the online left, I would just be like, what? What's wrong with you? You're freaking, you're losing your shit a little bit. Let's go, settle down, mate. Like, you know? So yeah, it's worth considering.
Names, and they feel super proud about it. Like, we are more pure. So then I fight back on Twitter, and then all of a sudden they're like, how could you insult us? We were just, all we were doing was punching you in the face. No, that's a right-wing position. You punch, then you gotta expect that I'm gonna counter, right? I don't mean you, Kid Tested. I mean, for folks who are out there, here, I'll name a name. Lance from the Serps. He's on here all the time on the Power Panel, right?
Uh-oh.
And he comes out and does this like video about how he's so correct and, oh yeah, the Young Turks, correct? No, Lance, you're not goddamn correct. Nobody elected you. The polling shows no one agrees with you. Your 12 buddies online, I don't care. Okay?
Oh my God.
And say, oh yeah, I'm 100%, he's 99.95% correct. Oh, I'm gonna correct him. No. So don't, look, you wanna say, hey, I don't agree with you? God bless. You wanna say, Cenk, you shouldn't say anything.
Was that a good Lance impression? I don't know. He could have done Lance's goofy laugh, at least. Cenk is, Lance is maybe getting the better of him here. Cenk is soying. Serfs murdered.
Back, because you're being rude. Come on, brother or sister. I don't know
I
what
just
your
got to be
agenda is.
honest. I just don't really care to like collaborate with any other leftist ever again at this point.
Yeah,
That's where I'm at, because they come on the show, they build a name for themselves, and then they build a bigger name for themselves, trashing us as if they don't know who we are. As if
I will say, I think I would accuse Anna of being sensitive here if it were not the case that it's not people. Okay, this is my personal. I don't know how fuck Anna feels about this, but to me, it's not. If people can make fun of me, they can call me stupid. You can call me retarded if you really want. If you're a creator, okay, you don't like me. You can get mad. You can call me a cuck. You can call me soy. You can call me fucking. You can call me lots of things. When people call you transphobic, or suggest you're transphobic, or when people say that you're like enabling transphobia, or when people say, you know, all the other thing, you're a genocide denier, you're a fucking right, like reactionary. When it's all that stuff, I don't like that, because that is when you have to try to set the record straight from that, or to come back from that, or to move forward with that. You can't. You can't move. It's hard. It's very difficult to move forward in the discourse, like when your starting point is transphobic, like when you're being called transphobic. And I don't think the birthing person take made her transphobic. I don't think that's the case. Just my personal perspective, but yeah.
As if they haven't worked with us, they don't know what our actual political values are. So I don't, Jake, I never want to talk about them again. I never want to address them again. It's a waste of time. There's important stuff going on in the country. Our personal drama with a bunch of leftists on Twitter doesn't matter.
All right, last.
I mean, yeah. Okay. Now people are gonna. It's funny because I know what some people are thinking is like, oh, it doesn't matter. Why are you talking about it? Well, I don't know, like how long they spend making content. So this took 2 minutes out of this segment and some tweets. Maybe she isn't even devoting that much time to this stuff. Like, I don't know, but I think it could have definitely chilled after the first tweet. I think she could have probably had Vosh on and all that to maybe talk, or Lance to talk about the transphobic, because I think that's the thing I believe Vosh and Lance were in the wrong for, was accusing her of transphobia or transphobic statement, because it's just not.
I'm going to say on it, because you brought it up, is that I'm not the kind of guy to back down.
I just don't get this guy. I'm not the kind of guy to, oh, hey, chat, just so you guys know. I don't back down, you know. You cross me, you want to face me, square go, I'll meet you fair, I'll meet you square. It's like Twitter drama. Anyway. The alpha liberal, yeah. So, I think there's more? Hang on. Where's the more? I saw there was... Ah! Oh, it's just Femoid, it's fine. I think it was a Lance tweet that I was looking at next. Oh yeah, this. Oh my god, where'd it go? Sorry, I'll just go off and find it. Alright, hang on. Chat, while I wait, feel free to push the bar. Push the bar. Ooh. Hang on, where is it? Okay, Lance is mad. Lance is fighting back. I am more than a semen factory, okay? I refuse to be referred to as such. Milkable, jizz donator, inseminator about town are all highly offensive terms to a biological male like myself. If standing up to being called a walking prostate makes me a right-winger, so be it. Only, I feel like this... I don't know how much the birthing person thing is happening, okay? But it's happening more often than this. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. See where else is going. He's gone MemeCon 3. He has. We're in big trouble. I think the problem is that Anna did this at one point. Wait, was it this? Yeah, because I thought the best example Anna could have used to support her statement was the Josh Hawley clip with that professor, because that professor looked fucking insane. I thought it was such a stupid look, just handing it to Josh Hawley, but it looks like Anna actually doesn't even agree with that.
It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it a big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are. That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred and fear toward other Americans, typically powerless Americans. It's bad faith. They know.
So that's, if she's changed her mind, if she's been called birthing person too many times, if she changed her mind, like that's fine. But it doesn't look very good. It doesn't look very good. Oh well. He would, by the way. What do you mean? Oh yeah, she's also annoyed because Vosh called her retarded. That was a thing as well. Am I so out of touch? No, it's every single one of my friends and colleagues and trans activists and people who love me screaming that I'm helping the far right who are wrong. I don't really know how much audience overlap there is between TYT and like Vosh and the Serfs and all that. Like that might not be true, but also helping the far right. You're not helping the far right. I don't know why you need to include. This is the thing okay. All this, if you want to have a back and forth, that's fine. I don't care. And people should be allowed to do that and still be friends and still love each other and all that shit. But don't tell people they're helping the far right like over fucking every little thing. Like, it's not helping the far right to say that abortion is a woman's issue and birthing person things cringe. That doesn't help the far right. But I don't believe it. This take just helped the far, sponsored by the far right. Vosh takes it a little too much, in my opinion. It's a bit gratuitous. Yeah, people just like to do that. People like to associate. If there's a left-wing opinion that there's two ways you can go about it, right? If you don't like something another left-winger is saying, you either challenge it, criticize it, or you say it's, or you don't make an argument and you say, well, you know, right-wingers say that too. But that's not an argument, though. It could be the case that the right-wingers, like broken clocks, got one thing right. Can you imagine if I was like, you know, I think Kyle, like even I think Lance even believes that Kyle Rittenhouse acted in self-defense. I'm pretty sure Lance has conceded that on the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. But let's say he said that, and someone arguing with him said, but you know the right wingers say that? I'm like, okay, so like. I didn't mean the R word, but Lorna Box was wrong in his misunderstanding. Wait, what? Oh, the R word. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I thought you meant associating people he doesn't like with the far right. I think he maybe does a bit of that too. Unnecessarily, but big deal. Well, you know what's cool, guys? Is although the stream is winding down, and we have 400, we still have, and Destiny started streaming. That's what's happened. We still have over 400 viewers. That's really cool. We didn't even get waiting roomed that much. Only a bit. Oh god, there's still the laugh drama. More slanted pictures and drama. I don't I don't want I think you're better than Destiny. I am hey, amazing. Soy. Soy. I was gonna jump in and bother him, but Anastasia is in the room on her own, and I'm okay. More vocal for oh no, he's wrapped into the thought slime.
But whether or not anything was stolen, they'd still probably want to fire me about that, on account of I'm personally deeply incompetent. Either way, it strikes me as a little unwise to tacitly accept that if these companies use the threat of harming their workers as leverage, to just let them have whatever they want. To teach them that when they threaten their workforce, we'll just do what they say. We wouldn't accept that logic when it comes to any other sort of action taken against a company. They might make similar threats if workers threaten to unionize, or people threaten to boycott, or a journalist gave them bad publicity. Hey, you can do that if you want, but if you do,
oh, he's actually watching the whole thing.
Would that make these actions
That's
similarly
so good
anti-worker?
faith.
I don't think so. Still, that feels a little cold-hearted, doesn't it? Like what? I'd be willing to let someone lose their livelihood over some ideological point? I could just not steal Ice Age and Ice Age 2 on DVD Blu-ray combo disc, and nobody would get hurt as a result. In the other examples I gave, if you didn't take the risk to the workforce, something bad might happen. Nothing bad happens if I don't steal Ice Age and Ice Age 2.
I want to see the reaction to the tweet. Just want interested to see.
Video, I separated it. Oh, well.
What the fuck? Lonerbox, did you hear how many G's Chud made on the laugh drama? What laugh drama? The one from the texts? From the readings? That one? Or the Mr. Girl stuff? I know he made like $7 grand off the Mr. Girl stuff. I didn't know he made money off of the Why is the
I'm
audio
sure some
so
economists
clear
who
again?
should log off would point out that, like, okay, sure, but Nintendo only makes Nintendos because they can sell them at big retailers like Walmart. Walmart's got to have that stuff because that's how the market distributes goods to people. If we stopped paying for goods, what would incentivize Nintendo to make Nintendos? Who would manufacture and distribute Nintendos? Also, less importantly, all other goods. And, like, I don't want to overstate my case here, but here's why all of economics is fake. It's a fake idea for rubes and fools, and there are literally no worthwhile ideas to be understood from the entire field of economics. Every economist you've ever heard of is a fraud. We would still make Nintendos because we like to have Nintendos. They're nice. Nintendo actually stopped making Nintendos like decades ago.
It's just astrology for Jews. I mean billionaires.
And people still make them all the fucking time. People build enormous, expensive infrastructure to preserve and maintain abandoned software for Nintendos at great personal risk. They do it better than Nintendo does, despite Nintendo making millions of dollars from getting to do it. You literally could not stop people from making Nintendos if you tried. I know this because Nintendo has tried. And that is true of literally every single consumer good you can think of. It is someone's passion to make.
Is every single consumer good, like suitcases or plungers or paint?
I love making plungers.
Or like the extent that they would give up everything in their life for the chance to do it for a living. And they would find a way.
The only problem with working as a paint manufacturer without any oversight from a capitalist org is that I just can't stop drinking it on the side. I'm joking. Don't do that. I know.
To do it better and more efficiently than any business could ever hope to.
individuals can manufacture goods at scale more efficiently than large businesses? Why not go do if they could, then why not go do it and have a whole bunch of people become millionaires? So that's possible. Just go outcompete like every big box retailer. Go shut them all down. Like,
Also, hundreds of other people would find doing it pretty interesting and fun if they were allowed to do so on their own terms. People, literally, for fun, play video games about long-haul trucking.
Isn't the reason kids would there would be that problem where kids would get lead poisoning because lead paint has like a slightly sweet taste to it? Is that why the problem was? Would kids actually like eat the paint off the wall? Huh. I think that's what happened, wasn't it? Like they would actually eat it. Yeah.
And you're seriously trying to make the argument that without the profit incentive, nobody would want to do a boring job like trucking or cleaning public infrastructure.
Lead is sweat. Well done, everyday stranger. Well done.
Structure or farming. Hey, economists, what are you talking about? Why are you like this? Why do I have to keep explaining to you, economists, that accomplishing things feels good? Get the fuck out of here, economists, for real. What the fuck, you guys? But somehow, the Walmarts of the world have convinced us that if they weren't there to own everything before we owned it, why would anyone make anything?
I don't know. I'm good, dude. I've watched this guy's videos in the past. It's thoughts time. This guy's one of the most stupid. Let's go that way. One of the most stupid people. Oh, God. Was it from this video, the shoplifting video? Oh, is this where I'm gonna guess, does he justify shoplifting here?
Is that okay to do? Now look, I work on a
Okay, whatever. Amazing. Don't care about thoughts line drama. That clip was so stupid though. That clip was really it's so frustrating because in there, the theory he's trying to talk about actually has value and has things that people can do tomorrow. Like mutual aid practices and community practices and stuff, and like goods sharing and stuff like that. But why it can never be that? Why can it never be that? Why does it always have to be all economists are stupid? I'm really smart. Throw it all out. The fucking plungers will make themselves. The shelves will stack them. The anarchist commune will regulate itself. God, fuck off. Jump into Dustin Stream and make the case. He's not in the channel. I can't just fire him when he's not in the channel, you dipshit. Ugh. Wasn't Marx an economist? Yeah. Well, he's a kind of like a, not really. He was like a philosopher for economics. Like, I wouldn't really class him as an economist. Not really. But definitely, no, maybe actually. I don't know why not. Like he was kind of like the first person to fire into economics who argued that capitalism was crisis prone. Like that is suggested in his theory that it's capitalism is prone to crisis, and he outlines why in a way that could be applicable today in some ways, not falling away of profit, but other ways. So, and I think he was the first one to say that capitalism, in its nature, would go into crisis. Not it's an accident or some people fucked up or people weren't reading our economic textbook properly. So, yeah. I think there's, yeah. I think that you probably put yourself into at least some part of economics, even if it's just economic philosophy. Yeah, why not? I love that for him. Actually, before economics, Marx was kind of like was expert level in just about everything. No, not sociology. Even though he kind of was, he wasn't really, because sociology wasn't a school of thought back then. Durkheim was probably the first sociologist, but Durkheim also gathered a lot from Marx. So maybe. But also, what the fuck was I going to say? But yeah, Marx was, before economics, he was an expert in just about everything. He understood Greek history very well, like ancient history. He was a expert in law. He was an expert in fucking philosophy. Yeah, he dabbled a lot before spending like 30 plus years doing capital stuff. So he was a smart man. He was a very learned dude. Good writer as well, even though not always accessible. But it's cool getting 3 times the viewers, eh? Compared to Twitch. That's boost. Sometimes 4 times the viewers, sometimes 6. Okay. He had many leather-bound books. He did. Okay, what I need to figure out now is what I need to figure out now is where this is, how to figure out the whole going somewhere else after the stream ends gimmick. Because I know I've done it before, but I can't remember how I did it. Aww. Where does it go? Oh, I didn't even do the custom thumbnail as well. Need to remember that for next time. Okay. It's all coming together, guys. Wow. He had lots of linen cloth and boots. So true. He did. Well, we've changed the thumb. Well done. Do a live stream from the pub. No. No. Any last words before weasels arrive at your doorstep? No. Let them come. I'll take them down. They're at YouTube. Great. What are Scottish words for pub? Pub? I don't know what else you would call it. You'd call it pub. You'd call it pub. Shithole? Probably a shithole. Bar? You'd call it a pub. Watering hole. Okay. Okay. Alright, I think I know what to do. Okay. It's redirect. Can I not redirect to streamers? Videos from other channels. What if I do this? Just trying to figure this out. Oh. Oh, fuck. I'm not going to redirect. I can't be fucked. Actually. I totally can. Wait, come on. I've got a good idea. I've got a really good idea. What's this? What is it? Why is there a notification here? Why? Okay, okay. Right. Okay, don't go anywhere, guys. I got it. Okay. I got a good idea. Please have me on your list, you asshole. Where the fuck is he? Why? Oh, I need to subscribe? I am subscribed. Why is it so hard to do in this fucking app? That's so cringe. No. It just doesn't let you pick. Huh. Doesn't let you pick properly. Redirecting us to Destiny. No, I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to think of a better thing to do. Because I think you have to go into your community tab and you have to redirect. No, I know what you have to do. He has to put me on his redirect thing. But there are other people who I thought I could just redirect to. Like I can get people to redirect to me. Like this. Just add people. Destiny. Hunter Avalon. See, like if you want to raid someone on YouTube, they have to put you on their list. You can't just raid them randomly. Unless there's a way you can send a request. Or do you just ask them? It says just ask them. So that's weird. Very weird. Anyway, I've added some people to my list. But I don't know if I can. Just like you have to agree to be gifted a sub, which is also weird. Yeah, I guess you might not want one. So you can't gift subs to rivals of the channel. YouTube stream needs to catch up with Twitch on some things. It's done really well though, right? Like the super chat stuff is better. The membership stuff is really good. Yeah, they could just they could improve. There's room for improvement. And you can't look up the channel name. You can only look up. Saves you from hate raids. That's the only point. Yeah, that's the only thing you gain from it is you avoid the hate raid. You need to be able to tag people properly. Yeah, I don't know why it couldn't just send a request as well. Like it can't just pop up saying Lonerbox is trying to raid your channel now. Like, yeah, that's weird. But we're learning. We're making progress. Progress. People get wild mad about birther stuff. Yep. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Hang on. Should have requested raids as an option. Um, okay. Has anyone ever watched the Jordan BP video with the Republican senator? No, he spoke to a Republican senator. What? Where? Republican senator. Yeah, everyone I know who streams on YouTube right now is not on. So, is what it is. Damn. Hmm. On his YouTube channel. Maybe we'll have a look. I didn't notice this. I guess I wouldn't be expected to. Strange irrational chat by Vosh Hybrid at the Destiny debate. That's pretty tight. That's a pretty tight comparison. Rare Lance W. Wait, does Zanderhall not like Lance? What? Lance said Zanderhall shouldn't have debated Lauren Southern, then proceeded to debate Lauren. Is that how it happened? Is that why they don't like each other? Lance is friends with Thought Slime. Thought Slime accused Zan of having a sex cult. Oh, so there's a few reasons they don't like each other. Bro, why can't people just stand up for what's right, you know? I didn't know Lance said that Zanderhall shouldn't have I can't remember which one was worse. I thought the Lance one was worse, but I guess it was more because it was more memorable. I didn't really care much for the Zanderhall one. If Lance is friends with Thought Slime, that makes him sus, though. Because of the, I guess the sex cult. Like, I don't even know the details of the sex cult accusation. These days, I don't believe shit until I see it myself. But it sounds like it was pretty bad. It sounds like he accused him of running a sex cult. And not the good kind. But it looks like this drama is still going on. Do you stream on YouTube and Twitch at different times? Not really. What do you mean by that? Well, yeah, I don't do it at the same time, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I don't do the streams at the same time because dual streaming is certified cringe. Zan never forgives or forgets. I mean, that's a very young person thing to do. Because when you're younger, everything that happens to you is like the biggest thing that's ever happened to you, right? So, but also, I mean, maybe I don't think you have to forgive if someone's not gonna own what they did, right? Like, you don't have to. Oh. Econoboy's firing in. Then what is the disagreement? All of this started with Anna saying she would like to be called a woman. Everyone agrees that's cool. So then, you guys lost it and started calling everyone fascist even though you apparently agree with us. So, oh, he doesn't know the timeline, does he? He hasn't realized that Anna has kind of changed something because she's kind of doing the thing she was accusing the right of doing a little bit with the getting wild about the birthing person thing. But yeah. And Econoboy says, love Cenk and TYT, though I don't agree with all their takes, but they're displaying density scientists previously thought impossible without collapsing into a black hole. Oh, God. Yeah, I think the timeline here went a bit fucked. I think it got a bit wild a bit too quickly. And I'm not involved, so, Beast! Reply called her A.K. Rowling. Well, that's a bit unfair, but it's also funny. A.K. Rowling. That's so mean. That's huge. A.K. Rowling. Oh, okay. I know what I can do, actually. Fuck it. How many of you guys... Hang on. I can't even redirect you to one of my own videos. What the fuck? It can only be live streams. I can only redirect you to live streams. I thought that was different as well. I don't know. I don't understand. I'm stupid. Fuck. I'm brain dead. I can't do it, guys. You just have to, yeah, just, I don't know how to leave. Just keep streaming. Oh no. Fuck it. Yeah, just keep streaming. Based. To be fair, live, laugh, love, stream, live, laugh, vleam. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I do need to make $17 before it's a, because I pushed the bar like an idiot. We are $17 short of ultimate victory. I can't leave the stream. I can't. Invite a caller on? Not me. I never get callers. Callers never come in. Because I'm too fucking agreeable, right? The only people who call in have the dumbest criticisms, the most inconsequential bullshit, the most bad faith brain damage, or they just want to chat like about cutesy stuff, and it's like, okay, don't care. Hmm. Okay. Wait, was there any more Destiny content I wanted to watch? Because I'm on here? I don't think so. Did you notice the pictures are a bit wonky? Don't know what you're talking about. I would let you straighten them, but but I don't think you can afford it. I don't think you can afford the task. Oh, he did have this Ukraine debate with that pickup artist guy. But I don't think I care much for that. Keep streaming. I need someone to keep me going without Vosh. Yeah. Oh, actually, that's a good question. About to come in the super chat. Hideous Lemon. Thanks for the £10.
Just into stream, so I don't know if it's been discussed. But do you think that the Scottish government's challenge to the gender recognition veto will be successful?
Good question. Sorry. I don't know what to do about that. I really don't. Oh, I know exactly what to do about it. I'm going to fix it right now. Where'd it go? I think it's because how do you put it to mute? Oh. I'll just do that. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to lower the volume of the fucking super chats and it keeps going up. Why is it so stupid? But I know why now. It's because there's like multiple different sources that just default to the thing. Let's try. Okay, let's go there. Minus 90. That should do it. That should fix it right up. Okay. Don't know if it's been discussed. Do you think that the Scottish government challenge of the gender recognition veto will be successful? I have no idea. I actually don't know. I don't know if there's like has there been any like legal analysis? Is there any? The UK gets to do it if they think it'll interfere with UK law, but I don't know how getting the certificate affects UK law because it would be a question of it can interfere with UK law if you can use your certificate in England for things that they wouldn't want you to do. Do you think Sturgeon was set up? I have no idea. I haven't looked into it. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. But I know that's where the contention is. The contention is that the UK had a legitimate reason to think that it would contradict British law. But one thing we do know is that it doesn't contradict British law in the sense that Scottish people can get their certificates in Scotland. So that doesn't affect British law. But it's whether or not what they would use their certificates for in England that I think is weird because like I don't know what happens, for example, if you're in Spain and you can get a self-ID certificate. You don't have to have gender dysphoria to get your certificate. You can exist in the UK as a Spanish trans woman with women on your birth certificate and your death certificate and your marriage certificate. But can British law just be like, no? Can they just reject it? I don't understand that. Can they just is it just invalid in the UK? I don't know if that gets you any closer to an answer, but I know that's what the contention is. And I don't understand exactly where it goes from there. Anyway. What's your next video about? Probably about free speech in Weimar Germany. Probably. I don't know. Maybe that. Something along those lines, anyway. Freeze peach. Yes, that. Well done. Very good. Very good soy. Hey, Hideous Lemon. Thanks for the £5 to get me over. Hey, just to get you over the target. Keep up the great work from Glasgow. I really appreciate that. Wow. Thank you. Listen, guys, I think the rating out's going to be a lost cause today, okay? We might have to make some arrangements with channels beforehand, okay? I can't just keep going. Still over 200 viewers, though. That's nice. Okay, shit. Thanks for sticking around, though. We're just going to end, okay? We're just going to end stream. It's going to be cool, okay? It's going to be soy. Anyway. Oh, we're still getting the sound effects. That's funny. Okay, whatever. I don't care. All right. Take care, guys. I will see you maybe tomorrow. Maybe not. Who knows? Okay. Bye.